Hey, can you guys hear me? I don't know where he had the level before. All right. Hey, how's it going? I'm by myself here. But it looks like action started up again. Um, so I hope you guys don't mind indulging me too much. I'm gonna be a little bit of a nerd. And analyze the play as much as I can. So we have Robert here. Who's really, pocket fives. Great starting hand. Oh wow, that's a big raise. So he puts in, I think that's a 42K, 52K. Excuse me. So that's huge. I wouldn't necessarily bump it up that much, because you're getting called by better, like a coin flip. You're just gonna fold out all worse hands. He can't call here. There's no version of him calling here. I mean, he's a little short, but yeah. Hey, what's up, man?
And I'm back.
Yeah, it just kind of like went. It just started. So
The miracles of computers.
what happened to Andy Giottis? I'm not going to spoil anything, but I read something on Facebook while I was eating dinner. So if you're friends with him, maybe look on Facebook. It wasn't happy thoughts though. It was not happy thoughts at all. So we are. It looks like we're six-handed at the feature table. So we're getting pretty close. I think we're getting pretty close to the final table, so.
How's that, Andy? Excellent.
So he's got King 8 suited. Six-handed. This is a hand I would definitely open with under the gun. Again, under the gun, he's showing strength. He's got a suited king. And, if he gets called, it plays. You can play it pretty straightforward post flop. Let's see. But he elects to fold, which I also don't mind. Playing out of position is one of the hardest things to do in poker, and I can't fault him for going the safe route and folding that. How many players left? I think at this time there's probably 12 or 13 right now. If we're watching, it's six-handed. So the other tables either got 6 or 7 players, so it's 12 or 13 definitely. So Dan Z raises to 36K on the button. I like it. I like it. And Brian here. I like the fact that with his stack he is defending this. I think that's great. I don't like the check in the dark. I never like checks in the dark. That's one of my pet peeves. But he likes to check in the dark, and Danzy just shoves. I like the fact that it looks like. I mean, when you see something like that, it's pretty clear. Dan went into the flop with a plan to win the hand, and he did exactly that. So.
Right on, right? So,
yeah.
All right, I'm here. I'm sorry. I was working on some of those technical
we
issues.
got a million things going, man.
Right? So Gene Napolitano is in the second seat, the first position there. That's an update since we told you last. And speaking of going, checking in the dark, Eastern Poker Tour's only Tony Silva is very well known for that. And everybody always is ready for Tony to do that. So props to you, Tony, for also doing that.
See, on the flip side, like, you're supposed to check most flops when you're out of position, but if someone does it to me, there have been occasions where I've bet in the dark,
right?
Because they're basically saying they're checking any flop, which is fine, and you can say, yeah, I'm gonna bet any flop. I don't care what comes out, and it kind of puts the onus back on them, because then they have to look at the flop first.
Right.
That's basically they're taking the easy way out by not by removing that decision. So. You kind of put the pressure back on them.
Well, you put the pressure on them. I always think, though, you're just taking your own action out of your own hands.
Yeah, that too. I mean, like if I know that you're checking in the dark, I assume that you don't have a super strong holding. I mean, like a lot of players like to call out of position with hands like 7-8, 6-7. If the flop comes like 7 high, it's in a lot of calling ranges. So
Sure.
it's just it's a pet peeve of mine.
Right. So, what did a blonde from England bring? Why did the blonde from England bring a bag of French fries to the poker game?
Bring a bag of front. Oh, something to do with chips, because that's what
Somebody told her to bring her own chips.
Oh,
right.
jeez.
Well, don't worry. People have been sending jokes in, so we're gonna maybe say some of these, and some of them we're not. That's for sure. But
Gene here shoves for 80K. I think Brian, with his stack, he absolutely has to call here. I mean, Gene is very short, and she's going to be shoving any pair. He could even be ahead here. In fact, she could be shoving King Jack, Queen 10. The real worry here is and this is the worry of anyone that's holding King Queen offsuit. Maybe he's dominated.
right.
Maybe he's crushed by like Ace King or Ace Queen. But you can't always assume the worst here, right?
No, there aren't that many players at the table, so the value of your card exponentially becomes that much greater.
Yeah.
So you have to think that you could be good here. And Jean is a great player. She plays a lot of charity events and Southern Mass
folds.
events. And he made it right fold. He's a pretty smart player. He's been playing a long time. He playing back in the days of old school charity days with our old buddy Craig Bradford and his company East helping Hands Poker.
And he got her to show too.
Yeah, she's
So that's actually really good information to have, because it kind of shows what kind of the close to the bottom of her shoving range is with her stack, right? So
right.
So now every player at the table has that information. If she shoves again, they can say, well, she shoved with fives. I mean, she could obviously have better, but if I have King Queen the next time, that goes through my head.
Right.
I probably call there, but
Andrew's here, moving some things around.
What's going on, guys? How you doing?
Oh, we're doing great. How you doing?
I'm doing great, man. Just wanted to come and check up on you guys, see how you doing.
We're doing fun.
Oh,
We're
okay.
hanging out. We're getting our bearings back after the break. So
I wanted to come on really quick and apologize to all the viewers. You guys have been awesome on the chat all day, helping them out, and sorry about the random stoppage. We unfortunately we had to just do a quick stop real quick and restart our internet and everything. This is what happens when you live off of robots, guys. This is we cannot let the robots win. But
lots of love from us for setting this up. I mean, it's a lot of work. I mean, you guys see, like, the chip counts, the camera angles, sometimes the cards lag, but people are inputting this stuff and doing it in real time. So it really does take a lot of work backstage to get a stream of this quality up and running. So
it really is. It's tough, and I can't do it without without you guys. You, Craig, Evan, Ryan, and I definitely can't do it without my assistant producers, Jeff and Nick, helping me out in the back so much. And I don't know about you guys, but this has been fun poker to watch from a production point of view, and just as a player point of view. It's definitely anything but boring. It's been very unconventional too.
a little different from years past.
Yeah, I like it a lot. It's definitely not ABC.
the aggression's definitely turned up a notch.
With the right players at the end, this could be a quick final. It could be an action-packed final table. So
well, that's what we could hope for.
Yeah. What's going on with chat? Grumpy cat rules. All right. But hope you guys in Twitch chat are having a good time and enjoying. I'll try to maybe get on towards the end. I've been running around the whole time, so my crew luckily has relieved me just for a couple of minutes so I can come talk to you guys. So.
Well, great having you here. Thanks, Andrew.
Awesome. I think we're going to have Craig come back too as well and make this a three-way party,
Sounds like a plan.
All right.
It's going to be a three-way?
I left that one. All right. So on that note, Anyways, so for those of you who are just checking this out live and saying what's going on, this is Eastern Poker Tour's Season 26 $36,000 championship. We're live here at Foxwoods Resorts and Casino in Ledyard, Connecticut. We're hanging out. Me, Ryan Chua, is hanging out. Ryan is a longtime poker player, great friend of Eastern Poker Tours. Our buddy Craig Radford, who's the director of charity operations, has been hanging out with us, and me, of course, Evan Myers. I am a part-time player myself and have been doing this for a few seasons and enjoy being here. But we're watching what has come about from about 6 months worth of poker, 7 regions scattered through central, eastern, southern Massachusetts, including Rhode Island, approximately 40 some odd hundred people. I'll get you some more stats on that in a little while, but all these players have played for the last 6 months, whether it's through charity poker or pub poker, points systems, and have earned their way through wins and just accumulating enough points to get here. And so Friday night we had some great tournaments. We had the Battle Champions, all those that literally had the most wins throughout the season, regardless of what region you're in. We also had the Cerisi Cup, and we're looking at Dan Zuckerman, who is the champ from the Cerisi Cup, and this was for just a one-table tournament for all of the winners from each region. The top winner from each region. And Saturday we came down, day one. We had about 470 players that played themselves down to 16 players. Yesterday we had 380 almost players that whittled them down as well to almost 16 players. And then throughout the season, every month, all the top points earners meet about 125 players, and the winner of that tournament actually bypasses day 1 and day 2 and comes right to the final 40. This year we are starting at 38 players. We had 2 double stack starters, which meant they either won both Saturday and Sunday or won their way through winning a monthly points event and made their way through the Survivor tournaments this weekend. So it's been cool. Again, it's Eastern Poker Tour, easternpokertour.com. You check them out on Facebook, Twitter, Twitch, twitch.tv/Eastern Poker. There's a live blog by the great poker blogger Christopher Sevick going on, and that's at www.easternpokeropen.com, so you can check it all out. And it's really cool to have you all guys here. And, for me, Ryan, Craig, we're having a great time, and thank you for letting me get some of that important information out, Ryan.
Yeah. So back to the action. So like the ace jack offsuit, Robert here opens. Perfectly reasonable hand to open here. I actually, in this vacuum of a situation, it looks like it might work, but Travis shoves over the top with queen jack offsuit. I don't love it because there are a lot of hands that dominate queen jack offsuit, such as the ace jack here. Robert happens to be holding a hand that he possibly could get away from. If you change one card here, if you change that jack to a queen, he's never folding.
Right.
But because ace jack can also be easily dominated. He could be racing. There are a lot of not optimal situations. If he knew his Travis was capable of pushing with a hand like queen jack after an open, then he might consider calling, but he can't possibly. I don't know how long these guys have played together, or if they've played together at all today, but he can't. He probably doesn't know that he is capable of doing this. So I definitely see why he's giving it a lot of thought. He's been in the tank for I think about like 2 minutes.
Almost 2 minutes now.
Yeah. So, I mean, I definitely, I don't think this is one of those Kasuf moments where he's just tanking and tanking and tanking. I think this is a real decision.
So we were just handed an important note from Andrew. We don't have to read it out loud necessarily, but Andrew, thank you for the laugh. And so here, Eastern Poker Tour, but it doesn't mean we have to stop.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. So let's see what Robert does here. It's an interesting spot for sure, and it's a spot that if I was in, I don't know. You definitely don't feel great about the ace jack. Oh, he makes the call. And he's gonna love it. He's loving life. Yep. He did the fist bump, the clap. That's classic move. Stood up. He's amped up, and he should be. I mean, that's great when you call that off and you see the good news. But yeah, credit where credit's due. I really like the fact that he kind of he thought about it a lot and eventually made the right call. But I mean, it certainly is not an easy call in that position. This is not the final table yet. This is just the feature table. So this is gonna be a
We'll
big
try
moment.
that.
Oh, he flops it.
Oh, another fist pump, but we are just a little while away. I think just a few more players from the
Yeah.
final table, so
Yeah.
we'll get there pretty quickly.
So Travis is drawing pretty thin. Yeah, now he's drawing dead. Robert is amped.
Robert
He is
happy,
pumped up.
man.
he's saying, "Let's go. Let's do this." Like I'll take all you out. I don't care. And well, I've certainly been there. I'm sure a lot of you listening have been there too. You know, you just when you make the right call, your cards hold up. It's such a great feeling, and I can certainly relate. He's smiling. We got the chip count over his face, but you can see his grin through the chip count. Like that's how big his smile is. So good for him. I'm happy that he came to the right conclusion, and it's admirable that he thought about it. So he just knocked out a player, and he's got a lot of chips. And he's actually he's in a great seat. So we're 5-handed here, and the biggest stack at the table, I think they're pretty even right now from like just my eyeball, is to his right. So you know those two clearly don't want to battle each other. You know, I wouldn't unless I was holding something good. so they're I don't expect to see them getting into it too much. Robert's got the 7-8 offsuit. Could open maybe, but he's probably not. After a hand like that, a lot of players, including myself, tend to fold out like pretty much any non-premium holding. So and actually the reverse is true too, right? So if he decided to open there, these players would probably immediately assume that he has a premium holding again because he just won a big pot. Why is he putting more chips in, right? I love this raise on the button from Gene with King High. It puts Dan here in a very tough spot. I mean, he doesn't have a lot of chips, and he's only got Queen High. He's got a good starting hand, but when you see an open on the button like that, it puts a lot of pressure on, and he elects to fold. So one person to beat. She's gonna collect. Oh yeah, she's gonna collect a lot of dead money here. Rob's getting a lot of love on the feed here. Lot of love. And she picks up the pot. So that's I mean, position's very important in poker.
So as you can see, Brian has 814,000. Robert 528. Dan Zuckerman at 198. Gene Politano at 178, and Richie is sitting on 118. Just about 9 big blinds. Hey, don't forget, we got the Bar Poker Open coming up.
Yeah, it's coming soon.
Yeah, in just a couple of weeks, the Great Championship's going to be down in Atlantic City, so you want to check that out. Lots of details at easternpokertour.com, Facebook, Twitter, you name it, Eastern Poker Tour, or barpokeropen.com. But it's going to be another grouping of a lot of different regional poker organizations, none of which are as great as Eastern Poker Tour, of course, but coming together for for a major championship, some great prizes, over $100,000 in total prize pool, and it's just 24 days, 17 hours, and 4 minutes from now, says the computer. But you can win your way many ways. There are a lot of tournaments in Eastern Poker Tour that will give you a seat. You can win at any of the weekend online qualifiers, and you can get online qualifier entries for winning any events and I think coming in the top 3 as well.
I don't mean to interrupt you, but I actually love what happened here. So Richie pushed all in for
All
his
right.
last 116K.
Yep.
And Brian with ace-6 suited realizes that Richie is in the small blind and is, could be pushing light. And he decides
With anything, right?
Yeah, he decides to call. And, a lot of players there with just the 6 high, the 6 kicker,
Yeah.
might not necessarily do that.
Brian flopped the open ender too, but
Yeah.
Richie on the turn
Looks
just,
like
just
Richie,
cranked
yeah.
his king.
Wow. And it gets through. And I love Richie's shove. I mean, you should absolutely, with his chip stack, you should be shoving a king high when it folds around to you in the small blind.
Absolutely.
Because more often than not, Brian's just going to fold.
And at this point, with such few players on the table, knowing there's only a few players away from the final table, people are going to tighten up just a bit too, because they at least want to make that next jump there.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. But, yeah, we've been watching Brian a lot today, and he is definitely a very solid player. I didn't know him before today, but watching him play, he is he's making a lot of good decisions, and he lost there, but that was still a great decision to call there, because he realized he analyzed the situation properly.
Sure did.
You can't always win when you're ahead.
No.
That's the beauty of this game, right?
We all know that here.
Yeah.
Seems like you never win when you're ahead. You always hope you want to, but you got to win from where you're ahead.
Yeah. I mean, hey, the other thing too, and you hear a lot of people say this, and I really think it's true. If you're not getting it in bad, occasionally, then you're not playing aggressive.
You're not
enough.
playing aggressive, right?
You're not playing right if you haven't gotten it in bad. And we all have. I've gotten it in bad. I'm sure you have. We all have many times. So you just gotta. Sometimes you gotta get it in bad.
Yeah, no, you absolutely have to. If you're not getting it in bad, you're actually missing some hands, like you said. So you have to get to that point to know that you're playing every opportunity to try and get there.
Absolutely.
All right, so
I love this shot. Richie's got a lot of heart here. Richie's got a lot of heart. This is a standard open in terms of the ace. I might not have shoved all in after doubling up. I might have just raised, but it's going to get through. Well, actually, it's definitely getting through. Robert's got 5-3 offsuit. So, I mean, he's this guy is, I didn't see his name flash, but he's new to the feature table.
yeah,
Only seen him play a few hands, but I'm already a fan of how he's playing. I really am. I think he's playing. And he flips over the 3 like a boss.
like a boss.
Like a boss. That's awesome. People in that seat typically he just got bonus points there. People in that spot usually only flip over the ace and like, oh yeah, I had the ace, I had to do it. But he flipped over the 3. I love that. I love that.
He's still smiling too. He has one other person smiling, but a couple are not.
He is feeling himself. He's like, I got the 3. What are you gonna do about it? I love it. That's what it's about.
Oh, and Brian's getting some props there out on the Twitch feed. It's everybody's giving him a lot of props from the Lowell area. It's great to have somebody from the North Shore region representing live stream.
Look at this.
Oh, look at Dan.
Look at this. He wakes up with a monster under the gun.
Under the gun with a monster. I love to slow play this and just call. Let one person raise and then just snap on him. It's the only position I would do it.
Yeah, so here's the thing is like when you get to the higher levels and you see someone limp in under the gun, especially like in a tournament, automatically like everyone's sirens go off. So actually, like, it works the opposite way, too. So if you limp with a hand like 6-7,
right,
you might actually get to see a flop because everyone is like, oh, my God, like, he limped under the gun. But here we see Dan doesn't elect to slow play. And I honestly, I'm from the school of I have it under the gun. I'm going to get value. And I'm gonna bet it out and start to establish getting value now. I'm not gonna slow play this because, how many occasions have there been where you've limped under the gun and you've had 4 people call behind you? Right. Now you're like, oh crap, like I'm in for it now.
I'm in for that little challenge right there. Personally, I totally agree 100% with what you're saying, and that's probably the right way to do it. But like I said, I love it because even if I had 4. with the aces, I'm going to smash it, and hopefully they're gonna run. But that's a little more aggression that I like to show there too. Want to give a big shout out to local pro Kevin Russell, who just walked by.
Oh,
Pretty cool dude. He's played in Eastern Poker Tour over the years. He's living down here in the Connecticut area. What up, Kevin? Kevin had a little baby just not too long ago, so I'm sure she's getting pretty big. He rather is getting pretty big, but nice to see him. You can see across the bottom all your friends there and where they came. It's pretty cool. And again, for those of you who want to know what's going on, what are you watching, and you see EPT, this is the Eastern Poker Tour. It's a poker league formed of about 40 some odd hundred players. It looks like everybody's standing up right now. And they come from Eastern Massachusetts, Rhode Island, Central Mass, Southern New Hampshire, and they all meet up at the end of every season. And
are they going to break?
Looks like they might be. It looks like it might be. So these guys, after about 800 and some odd total entries, are down to the final 11 players. So they're pretty excited. It looks like they are going on break.
They're in the zone. So Jean actually picked up the last hand there, and it was it's interesting. So it folded around to her. She was in the small blind. She has ace-king offsuit, which is a great, obviously a great starting hand. She elects to just immediately shove. And, you can't fault her for that. But with a hand that strong, I kind of want to get action. So I might elect to just min raise or 3x raise and have, because Dan didn't have a bad holding either. He had king 9 offsuit. So that is a good hand in the big blind. But by shoving, you're obviously going to force out everything that isn't a premium holding.
Right? You're going to learn where you are really quickly too.
Yeah. So hey, I can understand the shove, but sometimes you gotta take chances and see flops.
All right, cool. So we're gonna hang out for another minute or two, but we're down to we're actually at the dinner break right now. So we just got notice we've got a 45-minute break coming up. So we're gonna take a little break in just a minute, and so let me hear a recap. What have you thought so far of what we've seen over the last hour? I know you've been watching all day, but have you seen anything change as the players have dwindled out and only a few players, per se, are left?
Yeah, I feel like I've seen Brian really he accumulated early, and he had one misstep where he kind of decided to gamble a little bit, but he kind of you could see the change. He kind of said, okay, that was my shot that I took. I missed, and I still have a lot of chips. I'm going to protect my lead, and that's what we've seen. And that's what you have to do in this.
Absolutely.
And he's really picked his spots really carefully. On the other side, we have Jen, who has made a lot of unconventional decisions, but she has been absolutely fearless. Absolutely fearless, and that's the kind of poker. We all saw the World Series, and spoilers, but Qui Win won, and we all saw that, and that's the kind of poker I like to watch. Is he was just fearless.
He was not afraid of anything. That's the one thing that really stuck out in my mind. This is it's different than some of the other tournaments I've seen. Some of the other tournaments we've had here at Eastern Poker Tour, some of the ones I've played at, he just was total aggression. That whole final table.
Here's the thing.
Heads up, it was nuts.
Yeah, I think he was the best player at the final table? No, I did not think he was the best player. He probably doesn't think he was the best player either, but he got cards at the right time. He was fearless. He came in with a plan of we saw the first hand. We're talking about the World Series now, but we saw the first hand. He opened with ace 4 suited, and Josephine played back at him, and then he came over the top. Very first hand. And this is the final table of the World Series of Poker main event. And these players are fully cognizant that this guy's going to see what I'm doing this with 30 minutes later.
Right.
He set the tone early, and I feel like Jen is, I'm not saying Jen is, is ready to go to the series or anything, but she's doing that here. She's setting the tone early. She's showing. She actually, before you got here, she won a hand on the river. She bet the river with 5 high. It was the nut low. She couldn't have worse cards, and she won. She flipped it over. She set the tone really early.
I love to see it. It's checking out some of the different regions over the last few weeks, and maybe we'll talk about that a little more later. But I've seen overall, though, some more aggression in the last 4 or 5 months, and it's nice to see a change of Eastern Poker Tour players really starting to want to learn and pick it up, and that's what everybody can get. And Eastern Poker Tour has been awesome because, like I said, there's a change where there's aggression, and maybe it's just because of what socially is happening in poker that, people are anticipating what you were going to see at the final table for the main event. But it has been an overall change, and the aggression is nice. It's nice to see people playing their hands and not be so passive and really trying to take a stab and learn and understand the game.
Yeah, I mean, I really think the skill floor for poker has gone up a lot.
Right.
I mean, back during the boom, continuation betting was something new. It was a new concept.
Right.
It really was. But now you can ask any player in like downstairs in the cash. You can ask them what is a continuation bet. They'll be able to explain it. Like everyone knows what it is. So I mean, yeah, it's like simple, it's trivial to us now. But you think about, 12 years ago, 15 years ago, it wasn't. I mean that was something people were still figuring out. Of like maybe I should bet every flop, because I'm gonna fold out a lot of hands that missed.
I agree.
Fold out better hands.
I agree. So on that note, let's also we're gonna go on break too. We'll head out for just a few minutes and come back in a little while. Again, it's Eastern Poker Tours Season 36, Season 26, $36,000 championship. Say that 5 times fast. I'm not even going to try it. But anyways, me, Ryan, Craig will be back soon. Tony Silva's walking by.
What was that?
Tell all my friends and family, say Jeannie says hi to all the friends.
And we got a message from Jeannie earlier to tell all our friends and family that she says hi. So
Yeah.
want to just let everybody
Shout out
know.
to Jeannie's friends and family.
We saw that.
Tell the cherubs at the house.
Awesome. So cool. So Ryan, all right, let's come back in a little while. It's Eastern Poker Tours Season 26, $36,000 championship live here at Foxwoods. We're down to maybe just a final table shortly. We're on a 45-minute dinner break. Be back in about 40 minutes.
Yeah, we're down to
Okay. Kev. Dun dun dun. All right, we're coming back here. We are live at Foxwoods with Eastern Poker Tours Season 26 $36,000 championship. It's me, Evan Myers, with my buddy Ryan Chua. Hi, Ryan.
How's it going?
Oh, it's going good. We've been watching some great poker. Can't forget to say hi to our buddy Craig, who did a great job all day as well. And looks like they're taking a picture here. I'm sure you've been in that position before.
A couple times, but
Right.
yeah. It's definitely exciting to make a final table like this where you're getting your picture taken. It's it's exciting. They know, friends and family are watching online. It's a fun time for sure. It's great.
Oh, excellent, excellent. So yeah, we did come back to the final 8. We did miss a few players, but it had those technical glitches we had. Not a big deal, but we are down to our final 8, and just saw some of the chip stacks. I'll repeat them in a second for you. But again, to remind you, we're here at Eastern Poker Tours season $36,000 championship live here at Foxwoods. 40 somewhat hundred players started the season about 6 months ago and have come down to the final 8 right now. About 850 total players over the weekend played and whittled themselves down to in 2 survivor tournaments and 2 knockout tournaments to get themselves to the final 40. And we actually have a double chip stack starter here in Slade Edmonds. We'll say more about that in a second as well. But they're getting ready. A lot of these players have not been in this position before, which is I was talking to them earlier, Ryan, and they're all very excited to be here, and they just can't wait.
As they should be, I'm sure they're all thinking the same thing. They just want the cards in the air.
Oh yeah.
Let's do this. Especially seat number 2, Slade.
Oh.
He had
Slade,
that ace jack moment, and you can see. Look at his face, right? He wants the cards in the air. He's like, let's go.
There
Come on.
you go.
And I've definitely been there. It's exciting. But
So let me ask you, on a final table, because the dealer actually has a earpiece in his ear, and we can see our producer Andy giving instructions to the table right now.
Mhm.
But because all the cards you have to wait a moment for the dealer to announce the raise, the bet, whatever it might be, and keep a continuous count, so it slows down play a little more than it used to, as well as for the camera, that the producers are talking into the dealer's ears, giving them the cues when to let the cards fly and deal the next hand. How does that affect you from your experiences differently than it does at a normal tournament when there's no final table like this?
Now, for me personally, it didn't affect me too much. I mean, the pacing is a little different. You're correct in that. I would say the part that affects me the most is probably the extra time that you have to sweat. You have a situation where 2 people are all in, and on the flop, and the turn and river are just you already feel as a poker player when you're all in. You feel that like eternity of like, let's just see if I win or if I lose. Like, I just want to see it, right? That's kind of like how there's no more action. I want to see if I won or if I lost. But on a table like this, things are slowed down. So you'll go all in on the flop. You have kind of that full time to comprehend, like, okay, he has this many outs, he could hit this, he could hit that. You have a lot of time to process it, and it's it's a little nerve-wracking. It really is, to be completely honest, to have to wait that extra time for the turn in the river.
I can imagine that. Wow. So, all right. So, we're looking here in the second seat is Brian Elliott from the North Shore. He's got 686,000 in chips. We're looking also at Robert Miller with 496,000 in chips from the North Shore. He is third in position in chips. I think we'll probably pan a little over, and our friend Bill Ferdinand, there he is. He's from Southern Mass. I play with him a bunch. He's got 105,000 in chips, currently 8th position in chips. And then I think to his left, our right, yeah, there they go. Look at that.
Oh.
Technology. Look at that. That's Bill Landry. Bill's a great guy. He dealt for Eastern Poker Tour for a while. He's been playing for umpteen years. He's got 470,000 in chips. He's currently 4th in position in chips, sent from Southern Mass as well. And there is Dan Zuckerman, our Cerisi Cup winner. Dan has 206,000 in chips. He's 6th position in chips. And he plays in the Central Mass region. And I was talking to him earlier. He's pretty excited. There he is again. He got a lot of likes, a lot of posts, a lot of friendship on Facebook and social media over the weekend for his good work. And it looks like there's Slade Edmonds looking all dapper in the pink. Slade is our chip leader at 1.6 million in chips. He's from Rhode Island. He's a great guy. He's been playing poker all over. He plays some charity events, plays a lot of a lot of Rhode Island. You may see him in Southern Mass once in a while, but he's a pretty cool dude. He's all primped out. He's got his hair and his head all slicked back.
And to speak to that,
And one sec, there's Richie Huff. Richie Huff with 262,000 in chips in the 8th seat, 5th position. He's from the North Shore, so he plays up in Lowell, probably Wakefield, probably Winchester, that area, great area. And Gene Napolitano in the 9th position. She's currently 7th in chips with 186,000, and she plays in the Central Mass with Dan as well. So, sorry, we just wanted to let everybody know who everybody was, what you were saying.
Yeah, so Slade, I love the fact that he is dressed up here. That seems like that's kind of his style, and I like the fact that he's made himself comfortable while he's playing. A lot of people feel more confident if they're comfortable.
Right.
And I mean, he certainly looks like he's comfortable. Look at all his chips. I tell people all the time, like you just gotta when you play poker, you want to be comfortable. You want to, So, like, I mean, look at me. I'm like the polar opposite. I played this week, and I'm wearing sweatpants and sandals, but that's what I'm comfortable in.
And I get my jeans, T-shirts, and everybody that knows me knows I wear the Beatles hat all the time. So, of course, I got the Beatles hat on. We're in a casino.
Yeah.
But
yeah. So I think that's great. That's what he's comfortable in. He's not afraid to wear it and kind of boss up and be out there. But it looks like we're getting started here. So that's this is going to be exciting.
This is going to be exciting. 8 players left. A lot of action players at the table. It's pretty good. It's going to be a pretty good table, I think.
Yeah. I mean, I'm interested to see how Slade plays with that massive chip lead. We've only seen 3 or 4 of these players like really a good amount of hands. I know Brian in the 1 seed is a solid player. We saw Richie Huff for a little bit, and from everything I saw, he is he's a solid player too. Technicality. Brian is seat 2, but he's really seat 1.
Right. All right, so there we're off. We are at the final table for Season 26, Eastern Poker Tour's $36,000 championship, which means $36,000 at stake right here. $10,000 to first place, all the way down to looks like $7,000 for 7th place there. So we're gonna have some fun. Everybody's cashed out today. That looks pretty cool. That's pretty cool as far as everybody in the final 38 made some money.
So if you're in the top 8 right now, 8th is going to get $1,000, and that's a pretty good payday. But people kind of come into these things with different strategy. If I make a final table like this, there are very kind of different philosophies. You can try to ladder up and a few spots, and make a little more money, or you can go for the win.
Right.
So it's going to be interesting to see, who is really going to want it and really, go for the win, and who's just going to ladder up.
So we got a bunch of limpers here, 3 to the flop.
So he calls +2 with Queen Jack offsuit. It's a little passive for my liking, but I understand why.
First hand.
Yeah, it's the first hand. You don't want to make a mistake. That flop, whoever's got the biggest heart is going to take it here. I mean, no one flopped anything. And Brian realizes this. This is, again, I've been watching him play pretty much all day, and he's going to get 2 folds here. I mean, this is
pretty standard.
Yeah, I mean, you can't really get called by much there. You get called by 2 spades. You get called by a 3, obviously, or maybe a 4, And even if you have a 4 there, I mean, it's tough to call because the turn's going to be an overcard, most likely.
Sure. Hey, so with Bill Ferdinand at 6 big blinds, 103,000, and the blinds are where they're at right now, where do you start to really think you have a short chip stack? Are you at 4? Are you at 4? Are you at 10 times the blind?
He's past that. He's well past that. Lately, the trend has actually been like a 20x.
It has
been the shover fold stack now, because with a 20x stack, you have a lot more fold equity. So if you have like a 20 big blind stack, you're not going to get called by marginal hands like king, queen offsuit, king, jack offsuit. You're going to fold out a lot of good hands that you might not even be ahead of. So that's kind of starting to be the trend. I see a lot in the higher stakes tournaments. People open shoving with 16 to 20 big blinds as opposed to waiting. I know a lot of the books say 10 is kind of the standard, but it's kind of evolved a little bit. I mean, you watch some of the World Series footage, you'll see the people with the 20x stacks are getting it in. 30x is really where you start to have to worry a little bit, but 20x is where
All right.
yeah.
And so in some tournaments though that may have a shorter total chip count. You may have 40, 50 players in there, so you're only talking 40 times the big blind at 10, 20,000. That's almost all the chips in play.
Yeah.
Do you have a way that you sort of modify it, or where would your next break be in that kind of standpoint?
It's all about table texture and who's left to act. Like if you have action players behind you that you've seen get it in with marginal holdings, you kind of have to be a little more careful. Oh wow, Slate bumps it up here with pocket deuces, perfectly reasonable. Richie here 3-bets. That's great. I think Gene here has to fold. I mean, like everyone, including myself, loves to see a flop with a pair, with any pair. Because that set is just so tempting to hit, and you'll make a ton of money. But in that situation where Slade has correctly opened his pair and Richie has correctly 3-bet, she lays down the fours, which I think is the right play here.
Sure. Not in any position to
not
make
even
that.
not even because we can see the cards. I mean, like
No, a raise or re-raise, you got a weak pair. Somebody's better than you. You have to assume automatically somebody's better than you at that point.
Yeah, best case scenario. I mean, maybe he has like exactly pocket deuces or pocket threes, and he's got ace queen, and maybe you're ahead slightly. Oh wow.
So looks like Slade made a little move here.
Slade
decides to shove all the chips and
yeah.
put Richie to the test. Richie.
So he's trying to play the big stack bully, but I mean he has to realize the context of the situation, right? Slade can knock out anyone at the table currently, right? So if he opens and he gets 3-bet, the person is probably not playing back at you. They're not, just getting cute with like ace 3. They're not doing that because everyone at the table realizes he's the guy to beat. He's got the big stack, and he maybe should have thought about folding there.
Sure. Well, Richie smashes a queen.
Yeah. So Slade's pretty much. Let's see. Diamond turn. Diamond turn. Nope. Double up. There you go.
There you go.
Easy game. So it's actually one of the things that could be to Slade's benefit here is he sees that maybe he got a little too greedy with the deuces, and if he can go back and say I have the chip lead, I don't need to be getting in because deuces are like a coin flip at best.
Yeah.
Or else you're crushed.
Oh, absolutely. He loses almost 300,000 out of his chip. Still, like you said, a monster chip leader. He can. He can afford to do that as long as he doesn't let it get to him.
Mm-hmm. But he absolutely can. Now he can say, and I've done it too. You go and you say, I've got the chip lead. I've made, I would call it a misstep, and say, you know what, like, let's get in the zone here. Let's really, start playing and start thinking about hands, because he did kind of go in with those deuces pretty fast.
Yeah.
I would have liked to see him think a little longer about it.
Well, one thing I heard through some of the chatter on the floor is the last couple seasons. So last season was pretty passive. Everybody was very friendly. Everybody wanted to see for a long time at the final table what was going on, what was happening, and there weren't many action moves, per se. And in the season before that, everybody was super friendly and everybody was showing every hand. They're talking this year that no one really wanted to show hands. Everybody wanted to play aggressive, like you were talking about earlier. And I think that's what Slade's, seeing. First couple of hands, who's going to really stick around? We're going to be here for hours. They know it.
Yeah. I mean, I certainly don't fault him there, but if you think about the situation in context, I mean, he has to realize that all of these players realize that he's the dominating chip leader. So if he can be cognizant of the fact that people aren't going to 3-bet you or 4-bet you light. you know, they're not gonna play back at you because you can take out anyone. You can kill everyone's dream right now.
Sure.
You know, so he has to kind of be cognizant of that fact and realize, you know, I took a shot with deuces. I opened. I got 3-bet. You know, maybe not the best spot.
Maybe not the best. No, you're right. It makes perfect sense.
Yeah. I mean, you don't really want to be racing there either. You
Yeah.
know, you have a chip lead. You can wait for a better spot where you might be dominating or dominating a hand that's weaker than yours, or you have a higher pocket pair.
Yeah.
You know, so
I hear. So
Yeah.
actions on Bill Landry, and we just had a dealer change as well, so they did take a second to mic up. I think that's Jennifer that just sat in. It definitely is Jen. And
I don't want to beat him up too much.
nah, we're not going to beat anybody up. It's all out of love.
I don't want to beat him up too much.
Yeah,
you
Richie's looking down at his cards. Yeah, lays it down. Jeannie's debating.
know. The 4-7. Ooh. I would have loved an open there with a 4-7 suited with only 3 people behind you. I think the fold on the button by Brian, I think is reasonable. He's got a big stack to his left, you know, in the small blind that, you know, he's shown he's ready to play. And I actually love the fact that Robert just folded his small blind and didn't kind of try to sneak in,
Right.
like a lot of players do. You know, I think he's cognizant of the fact that if, you know, he's only got one player to beat, you know, he's got to either raise or fold. And to his left is a short stack too. So if he raises and he gets shoved on, you know, he's he's almost committed, you know, and you know, he's just going to lose a pile of chips with 3 high. You know, it's not a good spot to be in. So I like the fact that he gave up the small blind. Sometimes you have to just give up, and that's what he did. So
Very good, very good. And let's see. I think we have a new guest here at the table. Why, hello.
How you doing? Can you guys hear me out there?
We can certainly hear you. It's
All right.
Kevin Russell. Kevin,
How you guys doing?
I'm doing
Hey.
great. How you doing, buddy? You been,
Good.
Yeah, how's the poker life?
Right now, not too good.
Oh no, I don't like hearing that.
You know, it's the swings. We have them up and down.
It's a swing. So how's your little baby doing?
He's doing good. He's real big right
It's a
now.
year now,
yeah,
right?
Yeah, already.
Oh, that's
Time
great.
flies.
This
One of the reasons why I took a little vacation from the tables.
Kevin Russell, long-time Eastern Poker Tour player from from Rhode Island.
From Rhode Island,
Charity
charities,
as well.
Southern Mass.
Southern Mass. You've
play
seen him all
all over the
over.
place.
You know, he's always sporting a cool hat or some cool threads. You know that.
Today we got the Pats on. Today go Pats.
Right. He's also an accomplished poker dealer himself. He used
Yes,
to
sir.
love sitting at his table because he can actually deal.
It's all about the mechanics.
Right. So what have you've been watching some of the poker this year at the championship? What do you think of the play so far?
Not too bad. I mean, I see a few mistakes. Like I think you guys were talking about Slade a little while ago, but you know that was pretty good for him too because it sets a little image for him at the table, letting the table know, you know, you're not gonna run over me.
Right. He's gonna.
So a lot of you know, when you get the chip lead, I think a lot of people are willing to they get tired of you bullying.
Right.
So they're gonna call you with weaker hands. So maybe that's what Slade was possibly thinking, that you know this guy was just kind of bullying, but trying to bully the chip leader.
Right. Maybe. Excellent. So we got a flop 9-8-5.
yeah, and we'll see if William here has the heart to continue. I don't think he can. I think this is going to go check, bet, fold. You know, Robert's a good player. He's going to continue here. 150K, that's a big bet.
That is a big.
Yeah, but hey, it worked. He had the right idea, and the right idea worked.
So this is the infamous Brian. So I'm hearing. I've never met
Ryan,
you,
yeah.
Ryan. Yeah.
Ryan, nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
Heard a lot
man.
about you. I watch. I pay attention, even though I don't play. Yeah.
Thanks, man. I appreciate that.
Oh, very good. So what is going on in the world of Kevin Russell? Let's see.
Family and life right now.
Right.
You know, I'm looking to get back at the tables. I was just talking to Craig and everybody about Atlantic City. You guys are going down there in December. So,
just 20. Where is it? I think it's 24 days, something hours. And if you look
Right.
at the website, it gives you the ticker.
Yeah, so I'll be down there for that. That should be fun. I missed it last year. A little busy. Family.
Little busy. You know, little Kevin.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Kids will do that.
Yeah, but he's here now. He's healthy. He's good. So I'll be returning. Season 27. I'll be playing EPT a lot more. I haven't played the past 2 years.
I don't know. I don't
Jeez,
remember
I
the
think
last
it's been
time I
like-
saw you.
Yeah, it's been like, wow, 2 years.
Oh,
I'm
good.
coming back, guys.
There you go. So can't wait.
Let me just say, I'm becoming a big fan of Richie's play here. I haven't seen him play much, but what I have seen him play, I think he's played very well. So I think here raising with the Jack 10 off is actually good. His sizing a little big, but still, the right idea. Brian here calling with the ace 5. See, this is a tough spot. You have so many players behind you. It to me, in that seat, in this scenario, you have to either be raising or folding, and you could justify either,
Sure.
depending on how you've seen the other person play. And if Brian's going to play a hand like ace 5 suited there, he's got to raise it because now Robert's got a decision. I mean, this is a juicy pot. He's got the same hand. He's got position. There's a lot in the pot right now. He could raise here. He could justify calling. He could very clearly justify raising. I would actually love to see him raise, but he's thinking about it. Whereas if Brian had raised Richie, Robert doesn't have a decision. That's a fold. He isolates
Right.
the pot. Yeah. So
Right, absolutely, yeah, I agree on that.
yeah. So it looks like. Let's see
I
if-
think I might have even 3-bet there with the ace 5 hearts.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's
to
so
get some
much money in the
information.
pot. Richie, if he doesn't have a hand, which he happens not to have a very great hand, he
He's folding.
he
yeah.
folds, and he probably makes Robert's not going to want Brian's not going to want to play his ace 5 out of position.
Right, correct.
You
Yep.
know?
And I think he folds, so he's probably going to take that pot down.
Yeah. So I really don't like the call with Jack 4, but I understand why. Ooh.
Pot odds get you in trouble.
Yeah. So this is an action flop right here. Richie's flopped an open end straight, and Brian's flopped a nut flush
The
draw.
nut flush draw is pretty.
He also happens to have the best hand. So Richie, I think it was wise for him to check. He's in the middle position right now. I mean, Dan's done with the hand. He's finished. Let's see what Brian does. And Brian, I think, does the right thing. He bets because both of these players have given up. Dan's already out. I think he folded before the
Bet was-
graphic could
the bet
even
was even
update.
completed.
So Richie's gonna get creative here. It looks like he's gonna check raise, and this is, I think these two players, this is going in.
I like his raise there with the open-ended. I mean,
Yeah,
works you up against a flush draw.
it's definitely a good raise because it puts a lot of pressure on Brian, a lot, and he happens to be holding the nut flush draw, so he goes all in. Now it's back to Richie, and I know it's an open-ended straight draw, but I think here it's a fold because really all you have is Jack high.
Right, exactly.
So you're looking at a queen.
And if you're up against the flush draw, your outs are
Yeah.
some of your outs are gone.
Yeah, you're looking at a queen, a 7, hopefully a non-diamond. So you're looking at 6 outs basically, and you have no idea. You probably
jack
know your
helps
jack or 10 is good if you hit it too.
Right.
But wow. So a call.
Oh, he called,
It's
yeah.
an action flop.
Which
So-
again, if he thinks he's up against a flush draw, I mean that's a pretty good call. Which he was correct if that's what he assumed.
Well, the thing is too even if he's up against the nut flush draw, I mean the ace high beats the jack high,
Right, yeah.
right? So it's really kind of a bad spot. Like I like the idea of check raising. I don't know if that's the best spot.
Yeah, I don't
to
think I
do
can
it,
call my
though.
chips off.
Yeah, that's. I mean, I get what he was trying to do, and I'm not gonna criticize that too much. But there it comes.
Oh, there it is.
So now he's drawn
Hand
dead.
over.
See, I would have liked the, 7 of diamonds.
That would have been an interesting turn.
Yeah, remember, 7 diamonds, jack of diamonds, boom, straight flush. So we have our first guy out, Richie. And like I said, I'm a fan of how we played. That last hand there,
Before you do that,
he'll look back at
Brian,
it.
that just put Brian right up top with Slade at about 101.3 million piece. So
That's
changing the tides a little on the table. Some of the attitude on the table.
That's very interesting, and it changes a lot of the table dynamic too, because now we've seen he's capable of semi bluffing,
Right.
and he's shown the table that he's willing to gamble with a draw.
Right.
So everyone saw that. I mean, these players are all bystanders and are all watching this. So they know that when he bets out, he may not have it, which is a good. I think it's a great thing to have at a final table.
Right.
You don't want people to always think you have it, because when you do have it, you want to get called.
Yeah, exactly. So we chips here
on the stream here. Pietro says Brian has been getting gifts. Call your tournament. Yeah, I mean, hey, he got really far in the tournament, and it wasn't the worst thing to see. I don't think he deserves the name calling and the and all this shade in the chat. Yeah. I mean, I think he'll be back here. I mean, like
absolutely
from what I saw, yeah.
Solid players. That's what happens. You stay solid.
Yeah, I mean, he'll look back at the hand and say, maybe I should have done something a little differently there. Because I think he is a thinking player, and I've certainly left this casino many times. I have a 2-hour drive back home and just thinking about this hand, that hand.
Just beating yourself up.
Yeah. And just kind of like the first, if I have like a bad session, the first like half hour is just me being angry, and then like after that, it's like, okay, let's like, why did I lose this or what?
It's usually that ride home when you analyze, like, I should have done this.
Yeah.
I knew I shouldn't have moved all in. For me, it's not so far now. From here, it's a 15-minute drive, so I'm at home kicking myself.
So Slade leads out on this flop, and Brian folds, and I agree with that. I mean, if I'm in either of their seats, I don't want to tangle,
exactly.
Unless I have the nuts. Slade bet out there. If he has that understanding of this Brian kid just got all the chips, he's probably not going to want to get into it with me.
Right.
Then leading out there, I don't normally like it when you're first to act and you've called a raise pre-flop and you lead out. I don't normally like it, but in that specific situation,
I think it was good.
I think it was great, because if Brian didn't Brian can't call there and try to float him on the river. I mean, that would be a legendary move.
Yeah.
To do that would be I mean, I would love to see it. But a
raise would have been good, I think.
Yeah, I don't know if he has it in him to make a big time play like that, and a lot of people don't. I sometimes I don't. It's
right.
It's,
but again, like I said, they got all the chips at the table. Why even play against each other right now?
Right. I mean, there's a lot of money up top,
left.
and you don't, with the chips that he has, he doesn't want to go out. So we have Robert here, bumps it up with ace jack standard. Let's see if he was in a tough spot earlier with ace jack. I don't know if you saw that.
Oh, Robert.
Yeah. He had bet pre-flop, and someone had shoved on him with what happened to be queen jack off, and Robert tanked for probably a good 3 or 4 minutes, which I think is really admirable, and then made the call, and it happened to be the correct call.
And it held up. Yeah, nice.
So kudos to him, definitely.
A lot of people when they get ace jack, they think it's snap call, but no.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It's not. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, even a hand like 10s or 9s. You're a coin flip. That's
exactly.
not fun. You don't want to be like here at the final table, like racing for
flipping
all your
for
chips,
everything. Exactly.
Right? So
get it in good.
Wow, we got 243 on stream. This is cool. Let's get to 300.
Let's go. Get online.
Yeah.
Get your friends. Tell them.
Open up like 2 windows.
Right.
3
Tell
windows,
a friend to tell a friend. Come on.
Make fake accounts.
One of the biggest poker companies in New England at Foxwoods. Come on, you guys are missing this.
So William fold. That's a pretty tight fold. He folds the ace-5 suited. I mean, I understand I don't think he has the biggest stack, but I mean, when it folds around to you,
you gotta put something in.
You gotta put in something. Even if it does have to go all in, you have to be willing, You know this. So
Right.
you have to be willing to die.
Exactly.
You got to be willing to die. I mean, that's the thing. And if you're not willing to die, then the
Why are
best you
you
can hope
playing?
for is like
Yeah.
what?
So why are they playing?
Yeah,
You gotta
exactly.
take your
So-
chances. Come on.
So I mean, I can see why a player would fold there for sure. I don't blame him, and I love this. So Gene flat called in the small blind, and Brian happened to wake up with a pair of fours, but when you flat call in the small blind, it's now you're out of position. You're gonna, and best case scenario, you're gonna see a flop, but you're
Right.
gonna be out of position, and you're not gonna know what to do on the flop because you have the big blind could be holding any two
Anything.
cards.
Exactly. You have no information from limping.
Yeah. So.
Not to mention, most times you're gonna miss the flop anyway. So.
Mm-hmm.
I think a lot of players make that mistake, limping in a small blind.
Yeah,
I'd rather see the raise there.
And I understand why. It's half price. Everyone loves half price.
Right,
I go,
discount.
I go to places for half price.
Yeah.
Like I don't even care if the food's bad. I'll go.
Right.
It's half price.
Deal's a deal.
Why not?
So let me interrupt here for a second. Just want to remind everybody, because we got record numbers watching right now. We want to remind everybody this is the Eastern Poker Tour Season 26, $36,000 championship live here at Foxwoods Resorts and Casino in Ledyard, Connecticut. We started with a little over 4,000 players 6 months ago. 7 regions comprised of Massachusetts, Eastern Mass, Central Mass, Southern Mass.
Wow, 4,000. This company
Yeah,
is growing.
it's growing.
Wow.
Rhode Island and Southern New Hampshire, we don't want to forget them. And everybody's been playing all weekend. We had 478 players play on Saturday. Anyone that had a win throughout the season. Sunday we had 370-something players.
Wow.
Anyone that accumulated enough points throughout the system to play, they all whittled them down to the final 16 each day, along with each monthly winner of the top points earners from each region, and comprised of the final 40 players. But this year we're starting at 38 players. 2 stacks, we're double stacks. So we're having a good time here. We're real excited. And
Wow,
Ryan,
Slade
why don't you
flops
tell
top
us what's
2.
going on?
So yeah, I think this is great. So William elects to check here, and I think that is absolutely the right move. And Slade, I think that's a great check too. Because if Slade checks back, William might decide to bluff it at the turn.
Right.
Which the 6 of clubs is actually a very good turn on this board to bluff at, because if he missed the flop, then he certainly didn't hit the
Exactly.
turn. So
You're right, Pietro. Sorry.
Slade should absolutely be betting here, and I can't see William continuing, but we'll see. It's very hard to continue on a board like this.
Paired board, 2 overs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's a
Good
smart
fold.
fold.
Yeah, I mean,
All right, so we'll remind everybody the chip count right now. Slade is up to 1.5, get most of those chips back that he lost earlier. Brian is at 1.3. Robert's at 558,000. Bill has got 290 with 18 big blinds. Dan's got 142. Gene has 120,000 with 7 big blinds, and Bill Ferdinand, he's grinding along with 103. But it's really nice though that Bill is grinding like he's doing. He's got 6 big blinds left. All right.
Bill Landry,
oh,
longtime
Pietro
EPT
says this is
player.
such high-speed
Yeah.
poker. Nice, there's no Yeah, I agree. I mean, we all saw the World Series footage. I actually, the commentators even said too, like the speed of play was great this
Right.
year.
Yeah.
Maybe that's rubbing off on some of these guys. I don't know.
Yeah.
But, it's great. When you can see a lot of hands. Especially with 30-minute levels, the blinds
Right.
go up so fast. You really do want to see a lot of hands, and we see here Dan is going to shove. What did he shove with?
And Jerry definitely wouldn't count Bill out. You can promise you that.
Ace Jack suited. So perfectly reasonable shove. Absolutely. He'll probably take it down free. Looks like Robert's got a decision. So
Hey,
that's a
9.
pretty hand. King 9 suited is a pretty hand. I won't tell anyone otherwise that you can make money with King 9 suited, but when you're facing an all-in of this size and the blinds are what? Are they 8-16 now? Or no, they're are they 2-4 or 3-6? Or are they 4-8? I'm doing a real good job here.
Right,
guys.
right.
No,
Is it 10:20? Yeah, it
I'm
must
just
be
gonna, yeah.
10:20. So
I just I knew you'd see that
Horrible, yeah,
eventually.
horrible.
yeah, it's sorry. So it's 10:20.
It's been a long day. It's been a long day.
Yeah, yeah, it has been. He's looking at a 6.5 blind shove, and I mean he doesn't have, he's got a decent stack, but he doesn't have a lot. So with just king high, I know it's a pretty hand. You can't really call it off there. You can easily be dominated. You can,
I think it's a good fold. The big blind shoves behind you, then what do?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, the big blind didn't have many chips, but I still like the fold there.
Yeah, I mean any ace high beats you if he's playing ace deuce. I
Right.
mean you're losing. So it's a smart fold, but it is a pretty hand.
And it was pretty and it's suited. So let me ask you, Ryan.
Yeah.
There's a lot of percentages out there, a lot of reasons people call suited cards. I want to talk about suited cards and the
I love 'em.
the 2.5% maybe that it gives you. And is it more a why are people so hung up on 2.5% being such a great deal?
I mean, I make a lot of decisions during a game. If it's marginal and my hand is offsuit, I'll fold versus like calling or raising. Because I mean that 2.5% does mean a lot. I mean you can hit, even if you see like one of your suit on the flop, you have possibilities. You have a lot more possibilities of improving on the turn if another one were to hit. And runner, I mean, the percentage is extremely low to hit like a runner flush, but it's one of those scenarios where if you do hit a runner flush, you will get paid big time. If the hand plays out.
Right, because nobody expects you to hit that back door, and it hits so often. It feels like it does.
Yeah.
It feels
Yeah,
like
when it
crushes
happens to
every
you,
time.
yeah, it feels like it happens all the time. But it
Trust me, I've been
I
a
don't want to
victim
talk about you
many
getting hit in the
times.
back door and how it feels, Mark.
Oh, pause. Sorry about that. Man. We're talking poker here.
Poker.
Oh,
nice.
God.
Why is poker? What like?
wow.
Why?
We're gonna get to I think we're gonna get to 300. We're at 284.
Oh, yes. There we
Yeah.
go. Let me text a few people.
Yeah, keep opening your browsers, please. But
Record numbers.
yeah, let's go.
Last year, I think we had like 5. No, just kidding.
So we're 7-handed now. The dynamic shifts a little bit. I mean, yeah, you're getting down to short-handed, so these players can start opening up a little lighter. And you see Brian here; he's thinking about the Jack 10 offsuit. And he absolutely should be. I mean, he's in the hijack. I think he should open here with his chips. Definitely, I would definitely open, and he does. And I love his size too.
He's in a pretty
pause.
good. Pause. He's in a pretty good spot with the smaller stacks behind him. Like there's a few.
Yeah, it's a great spot, and I think he's risking the minimum with a marginal holding to
Right.
just take it down now. Versus if Robert were to wake up with a hand and he raised to 150K, he can get away from Jack.
Absolutely.
Austin, So he folds out. So Dan wakes up with Queen 10 off. Now, this is a tough spot because yes, it's only 1.5, and I think that's the right move. If you're not willing to shove with that hand,
Right.
then
Absolutely.
that's the right move with his chip stack because you can't really just call off another 1.5 blinds because they mean so much right now.
No. Slade's still on top with 1.5 million. Brian's got 1.3. Robert at 544.
I think
Bill
I shoved there
is
with
at
Dan stack.
250. You would, huh?
Yeah, absolutely. With Dan stack, Queen high. Yeah.
It's tough. I mean, we see the whole cards,
Right.
and obviously we Queen 10 versus Jack 10. Yeah, get it in.
Obviously. Yeah.
But it's very tough because it's dominated by a lot of opening hands. I mean, he happened to be very ahead there, but he can't possibly know that. I mean, I know if I'm in the final 7 any final table, and I look down at that with in this specific situation,
Right.
you don't feel great.
Right.
Like
I said, sometimes you gotta die.
Yeah,
You gotta be willing to die.
absolutely.
And that's one of those spots I might have picked there.
Yeah.
It's easier said when you see the cards, like you said again.
Yeah,
A lot easier.
Absolutely.
Robert folds, Bill folds on Mr. Landry. He drops the button. And looks like Dan just gave Slade a walk. Waka, waka, waka. And he shows.
King. King 9. That's a good
Yeah.
hand.
Yeah, Slade creeps up a little more.
Yeah, Dan's in a rough seat with his chip stack because he has a huge stack to his left there, and he can't really, he's not gonna steal. We've seen Slade already get it in with deuces against queens, so he knows Slade came here to play, so
Right.
he can't. He can't get cute with really anything. He kind of has to wake up with a hand. So we have Brian here. We'll see a fold. Robert. So I played with Robert a bit. He might open this. I could see him folding that too. But King High is. I like opening King High, even if it's a crappy kicker like a 7
Right.
clubs.
I've opened with worse.
Yeah, I think we all.
As people probably watching know.
So Slade elects to call and Gene checks. Now, if I'm Slade and I have Gene to my left with that short stack, I'm definitely raising like almost any two cards,
Any
pretty
two
much,
cards,
or
absolutely.
folding. So I don't like the fact that he called. I like the fact that he's leading out though. I mean, Gene can't call there without a pair, and I
Right.
mean, it's very hard to make a pair heads up poker. But yeah, I mean, he had the opportunity to just take it down before even
Pre-flop.
seeing any cards.
He might have been trying to get her to shut. Well, then he's folding there anyway.
Yeah. So yeah.
It's kind of scary. Gene's probably thinking, yeah, he's trying to trap me.
Gene is looking to climb the money ladder. Someone said.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, that's definitely a strategy. Like I said, there's a lot up top. That's what I would be going for.
Right.
But they're like few $100 pay gaps, like 300, 500. So I mean, if you move up a spot, you're still making a little more.
So just wanted to take a second. You probably just noticed that the ticker has stopped scrolling across the bottom. Should be back up in about 30 minutes. Lots of technology going on, lots of things interacting with one another, lots of components that just have to layer themselves on top of all this bandwidth. So every once in a while you do have to reset a couple of the little pieces here of the puzzle, but we'll have that back on soon.
Look
Hey,
at this.
look at this.
Slade wakes up with Ace King
On the
button.
button.
That's a great spot to it.
Oh,
And Gene's got the Ace 5. So yeah.
Yeah.
And there it
I think
goes.
that play is perfectly reasonable.
Yeah.
I think Slade here definitely got a little lucky waking up with the tier 1 hand on the button where you're supposed to be raising 70-80% of your hands. So
And then a short stack, of course, wakes up with an ace.
yeah,
They're
I
going all
mean,
in.
I think that for Jean, we can see that she's dominated, and this probably sucks for her a little bit. But that I think is the right move with the
Oh,
ace 5.
right. Slade's
button
limping on the
open.
button with the big stack. He can't suspect he has an ace there. He could be
No.
doing that with anything.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, wow.
And
Slade's shown he's been willing to gamble.
yeah,
He has, and
Slade
now Jean's
top
in
two.
bad shape.
smashes the flop.
She's done. So would have been funny if it went like 10 jack for a chop.
That would have been sick.
Well, seventh.
I've had it happen to me before.
Right,
On top two, and then just like the
Runner,
board
runner.
straightens
Yeah,
out. And you're like,
thanks.
So let's congratulate Jean. She finishes in 7th place. She does get a nice check for $1,200.
Yay,
So
good
go,
job.
Jean. And way to represent Central.
She's
Yeah.
a pretty solid player, too.
She is
I like
pretty
her.
solid. See her in the charity events quite a bit.
Yes.
yeah.
That's
yeah.
why I know her from playing charity
Yeah.
events, yeah.
I mean, she's pretty card dead here, but I didn't really see her make any mistakes,
No.
really,
Right.
except for maybe limping.
No.
the
Slade's
small
sitting
blind
on-
The small
defense.
blind,
But
right.
that's,
She's pretty solid.
yeah,
That she is.
pretty solid.
But Slade now creeps up ahead to leave even more. 1.7 million. Brian is right behind him with 1.3 million.
Now, let me ask you guys this. They're down to 6. You guys pick any favorites?
I've been watching Brian all day, so I'm a
Brian?
little biased. I think he's got chips now. I think based on the way he's playing,
Right.
I'd love to see him go heads up with Slade.
Yeah,
I'd
I'm
love
with
to
you
see
on
that
that. Yeah.
that heads up battle for sure. But I've been rooting for Brian. After the first few hours of seeing him play, and I'm still rooting
Okay.
for him. So I got my money on him.
Nice, Evan. Who you rooting for?
I have no favorites. I like
Oh,
them all.
come on.
No, I can't. They're
I'm
all
going with my
good.
buddy Slade.
I'm going with my Slade's got the chip stack, and he's a
Rhode
solid
Island player. Let's go.
I mean, he's got a certain swag. I mean,
Yeah.
look at how he's dressed.
He's got the
I
pink shirt.
mentioned at the
See,
start.
I told him
You know-
it's good luck.
Yeah, he's got a certain swagger about him. I like I like what he's doing here. So he makes it a little smaller here than the 75K. He makes it 50K. So Brian's got the king jack. Definitely, against Slade, that's a perfectly fine call. But you have to also realize you're pricing in the big blind as well.
Right.
And is this a raise? I
Oh,
love.
actually, 3-bet.
That's wow. That requires that bet there requires a lot of heart. Just the context of the situation. Slade's got a monster stack. I think he's got more than Brian, right? Right now.
Slade's sitting at 1.7, and Brian starting the hand was 1.3. So we've
Yeah.
got the big stacks going at it right this second.
This 3-bet here takes a lot of heart. A lot of heart to do, and I commend Brian for doing this. And it back to Slade, it puts him in a tough spot because he knows he from what we've seen, he probably knows that Brian knows he can kill Brian right now.
Right.
So the fact that he's sitting here with a pretty good pair, but it's still just nines.
Now, do you think it has anything to do with the fact that Slade just had Ace King, and he could be thinking he doesn't have a hand this time,
2 hands in a row.
2 hands in a row?
I actually
do you think that plays into it?
When a player does this, shipping a big pot and then betting out the very next hand, I
Right.
actually think they have it a lot of the time.
Yeah. Okay.
Because you kind of have you're going through that rush of like, oh, I'm stacking up my
You're getting
chips. Like, you don't
cards.
want to really play the next hand, at least from my perspective.
Right.
I think Slade, this 3-bet is a reasonable size. He didn't go nuts, so I think we're gonna see a call here. I think we're gonna see a flop. I don't think Slade can raise here because again, the context of the situation. These two have monster stacks.
Right.
But not nines. It's too good to just fold to that 3-bet.
Absolutely. I agree. And he calls.
So this is going to be interesting.
Yeah.
I really want to see them. I want to see a queen high flop, but I want them both to whiff.
Yeah.
Just to see what happens. Like that's what I want to see.
Oh.
Ah.
Wow.
So that plays itself.
Well, we got all spades.
Yeah, I wish Slade had the 9 of spades. So I mean,
That would be good.
Brian just. Yeah,
Bombs
so that pretty much locks Slade up. He can't. That's an easy fold. He can't. I mean, he's Hollywooding here.
Yeah. Saving face. Come on, just fold.
Yeah. Sometimes I mean, you gotta Hollywood a little. Honestly, it's not something I do. But do you do Hollywood?
No, I don't see no point in that. Get over it, get to the next hand.
Oh yeah, Evan's just staring.
You can't see this look on
Evan's
the
giving me the stare over here. Like,
Kevin does in Hollywood.
Yeah.
That song for Hollywood was named after you, buddy.
Okay, once in a while.
All right, so Slade,
only against Evan.
Yeah, right. Only against me. You'll get in that proverbial stare down. With
Yeah,
me.
like what are you doing?
What are you doing? I'm the big blind. What the?
I love this. Brian just scooped a huge pot, and with that, he's basically telling Slade, "I'm not afraid to play against you.
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm not afraid to get it in. Like, let's do it. I don't care that you have me covered, and there are other short stacks at the table.
Right.
I think the way he played that hand was fantastic. I honestly didn't think he would he would raise there.
Right.
Given the context of the situation, I know I wouldn't have. I wouldn't have the heart to do it, like against the big stack, but I would certainly call. But I mean, by raising, he gets the flat. He gets the flat call. He gets the extra 100K from him, and he happened to just smash the flop,
which helped.
and he took down a bigger pot by 3-betting.
Right.
Slade looking at connectors again.
So Slade, just lost a hand. He's thinking, and yeah, sometimes I see players do this.
Little limp.
Like
Pretty limp. Yeah,
they lose a
big
hand, and then
limp.
all of a sudden their fire goes out a little bit, and they lose a
Yeah.
little bit of aggression. So this is perfectly understandable. I've certainly done it. You just want to whatever see a flop and get lucky the next hand, and try and get some of it back. But like you got to kind of play it one hand at a time, and I would have liked to have seen him open the 7-8,
That would've
like
been great.
bump it up.
3 in a row.
Yeah, because especially he's you get into your head a little bit. He starts thinking, oh, these players are playing back at me, so I can't open, and I'm
Right.
I'm
You get a little
handcuffed.
timid,
But
then you
he's
stop
still
playing safe.
yeah. I mean, he's still second in chips by only a little bit. I think Brian took it over there, but
Yeah, he did. We'll get a chip update in just a moment.
wow.
Yeah.
So it looks like we have 3 people in actually. Oh yeah,
Oh, do we? Wow.
Bill checked his option. So if I'm Robert, I probably lead that flop and just try to take it down. You flopped an open end straight draw. You have an overcard to the board. There is a very good chance that you just take the pot down, and Bill gets in his. Oh, he was very short, so Bill gets in his chips, and he made a pair. I mean, that's
Right.
you
Which is
have
tough
to
to
just
do.
you just have to get it in there.
Now, who you think more likely to call here? Slade, open ended with the pair.
Yeah, I don't think he can. Because of how the hand played out. Did he
Oh,
fold?
looks
Oh,
like
he called
they
too.
both called.
So yeah, Robert's got to check this, and Slade checks too, and I agree with that. You have a player all in, and what is the queen? Yeah, the queen 7's gonna take it. So just like that, a triple up.
Oh no, it's a tie. It's a tie. Ace hit the river.
Oh,
Top pot,
no.
paired board, the 9 pairs. Yeah,
Wait.
9s and 7s with the ace.
Yeah. Oh, right. So
Chop
they
it
chop it
up,
up.
yeah.
That took me a second. I'm doing a real good job tonight.
Get this man a
So
coffee.
it's a long day.
I've been here
long
talking since 12:30. So
All right,
yeah.
all right. So on that note, we're here at Foxwoods Resorts and Casino in Ledyard, Connecticut. It's Eastern Poker Tours Season 26, $36,000 championship. We are sitting here watching the final table. These guys have been playing 6 months worth of poker to get to this point. They get a nice little prize pool: $10,000 for first place, $6,000 for second place, $3,200 for third, $2,300 for fourth, $2,000 for fifth, and $1,500 for the last person standing here. That's currently in the tournament, and we're
6
actually
long months.
We're over 300 viewers right now. This is
that's
this is
pretty
awesome.
impressive.
Ding, ding.
So
Yeah.
Pop the bottle.
Yeah, 500?
Right.
Come on. What better activity you have to do on a Tuesday night, right?
Right.
You're at home, you're in your PJs, just turn on Twitch and
watch poker.
Watch
Yeah.
poker.
Watch lots of poker.
Slade's got the ace jack, so I can't imagine he's just gonna limp here again. Yeah, that's
catching a
too
few
hard.
hands
I mean,
lately.
he's yeah.
Let's catch us some
Let's
cards.
see if he gets his groove back here. 'Cause,
He just might. I mean, split the last pot, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Little confidence builder.
he got a little lucky. Maybe he goes back and says, let me cool my jets and start playing.
Kev,
I love how Brian stacks his chips. I'm just
You're
gonna
right.
say.
yeah, you do. Kev, what's the
Love it.
difference between a poker player and a politician?
What's the difference?
Yeah. Poker players never tell the truth.
I was about to. Yeah. Wait, do they ever like
What's the
politicians either?
I don't know. What's the difference between a poker player and a dog?
What's the difference?
In about 10 years, the dog stops whining.
Wow, I like that one. I might have to use that.
Now, when you're playing, right? Do you ever? And I do this a lot. Do you ever kind of jump to conclusions as to how a person plays by how they stack their chips?
No, I really don't pay that any attention, to be honest with you.
What'd you say?
like how they stack their chips.
You didn't pay any attention. Sorry, you didn't get that one.
Evan's busting my chops over here.
Oh, I
Been
see
a
you
while,
so
huh?
infrequently,
Yeah.
right? So Slade's sitting on 1.6 million in chips. Brian has got 1.5 million. Robert is at 448,000, and we'll get the rest in just a moment because it came off so quickly.
Oh, it's Monday actually. I said it was Tuesday.
I let that
You are
slide.
batting 1,000.
I love the chat has to tell me what day it
Oh,
is,
chat's been correcting
Yeah.
us all along. It's awesome.
Oh, now I know that football's on. Uh-oh.
Ah,
That's why my phone's blowing up.
your phone's blowing up. You got a little,
Friends, yeah, they got some wings over there.
you got a little fantasy going on.
No, I don't play fantasy football.
No.
No.
Oh.
I did the first year. It was kind of boring. I ain't got time for all that switching lineups. Coach is lying. This person's sitting out and they're starting.
All right, let's see what. So he's got a. Oh, he should absolutely shove the king high here. It's folded around to him. This is basically a gift, and
my
he doesn't
goodness.
take it. Yeah, because if he shoves there, he gets the jack nine. The jack nine folds every time, and the thing too is they're both short.
Right.
So I mean, unless they have it, then
Oh, he definitely gets through.
Oh.
Jack 7, he definitely gets
yeah.
through there.
Dan is a legend. That's great. He realizes he has one player to beat. He has a pretty decent holding for the big blind. And that's absolutely I agree with that move 100%.
Nice
Right.
little stack.
like
up.
And he happened to fold out a better hand. I mean, we see the cards. He happened to fold out a better hand. That's kind of the, that's why aggressive play pays. Because of that kind of thing.
Dan, he's another solid player. I think I played with him through charities also.
Yeah.
Was he the one that won the Cerisi?
I was just about to ask
Dan
that.
is the one that won
He
this.
won?
Yeah.
Nice,
So
good for
so
him.
I mean, he's a player.
Dan,
he
he certainly is.
Here in
Dan's
the
been
final
playing
table?
charity
Wow.
poker in Eastern Mass for
Forever,
15, 20 years at least.
Sheesh.
Oh, yeah, well before
Seasoned.
Helping Hands and Eastern Poker Tour merged, when Helping Hands was doing all those large
Wow.
charity events. So, yeah, Dan he's not scared to be in this moment. He gets
Wow.
it.
So you say he's probably one of the few comfortable people at this table then.
Oh, yeah.
I know my first time I was very, very nervous.
Oh yeah. So Dan ships here, and I actually, with such a premium holding, I love getting tricky here, especially with how Slade has been playing. So I might have elected to slow play and just call and see what Slade does.
Slade,
Now,
yeah, right.
yeah. Now again, we happen to see Slade's cards. He has do 6 offsuit. So, unless he's got the heart of like a lion, he's not gonna.
Right.
he's not gonna go crazy. So I mean, that would have been bad if he had checked. He misses a little value, but Slade's been playing, so he could have very easily had like a king 9
Right.
and looked down at it and bumped it up. If
suited connected
if
with something.
if Dan elected to just flat call and then boom trap
Right.
trap sprung.
So while we have a little break here in between hands, we'll take a second. There's what's the difference between this is not a joke,
Okay.
a lucky hand and a good hand? We always hear people that aren't even in hands congratulating other people that win hands, and always are telling them good hands. You consider, but they could have turned and rivered in order, and sucked out in order to get that hand.
Right.
Do you consider that a good hand? I consider that a lucky hand, but the fact that everybody is always complimenting everybody on good hands, do you think people just don't realize how it was played out and it's really not
I
a
don't
good hand,
think
or
they
they're just
mean-
seeing the final outcome of it?
Right. I think they mean the final outcome. I don't think they mean the cards itself are good. It's just basically saying, you got lucky, kind of.
Well,
good hand.
the person who may have taken the loss is saying good hand, like in that sense.
Right.
But the person who, that isn't in the hand, who's just watching and sees the final results,
Oh, that's sarcasm.
you think, all right,
You know,
yeah.
That's
So-
sarcasm.
Yeah.
I'm one of them.
You
But yeah,
see,
nice hand, buddy.
you see like the nice hand a lot at the higher stakes because a lot of the hands don't go to showdown.
Right.
So you see, like there'll be 3-betting, 4-betting, and then like a fold, and you'll see a player say nice hand, and I actually look at it as a conversation starter because they are now they're curious as to what the other player had because they folded to them.
Okay.
So it's kind of a way to start the conversation, and I've fallen for it before too. If someone, if we're in a big hand and someone says, nice hand to me, maybe I'll start talking to them. Maybe I'll reveal a little bit of what I was doing it
Right.
with, because it's just a generic conversation starter. It's polite.
Well,
People say it.
We have an all in. Let's
Yeah.
take a second here. No, very cool.
Yeah, Jack for a chop. Oh no! He had King 10.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
looks like
So
Bill just jumped up there. Look at that. Go, Bill. 195,000 now.
yeah. But I like that he opened with the King 10. I mean, he has to call the Ace King there and find out he's dominated. But I mean, really, he didn't lose. He didn't risk that much.
Right.
Let's see. Oh, we got the payouts again. So, do we know if any of these players do any of them say they're going to take the World Series seat?
Let's see.
We got
That's
six left.
that's always a big question. What would you do? Take the seat or?
Yeah, because you have an option. So I know first says 10,000, but you actually have the option to parlay that into a main event seat, which costs $10,000. Plus, I think you get a little travel money
They
too.
do. Eastern Poker Tour will give you a few extra dollars for your airfare and hotel, so it's pretty nice of them as well.
So-
And so let me see. We had Slade, who's from Cranston, Rhode Island. He's 44 years old. He's a fiber tech a technician rather.
I'd say 24. No, just kidding.
24, no, 44.
Yeah.
And he's got one kid. Been playing poker quite a while, but I think trying to see.
Well, I just got this great stat. So, out of all the, I mean, we're in a small fishbowl here, but out of all the Twitch poker streams, we're actually 4th in the world right now
Wow.
for viewership.
That is pretty cool.
Wow.
Isn't that cool? I mean,
Wow.
yeah. You got Monday Night Football. You got this on your laptop. It's
That's probably
great.
what most people are doing.
Yeah.
That's what I'll be doing in a few.
Yeah, little football for
Little
you.
football, wings, and poker.
There you go.
I think Bill's right to fold this under the gun.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because he's still, 6 big blinds. Actually, 6-handed. I might. Yeah, it's a tough spot with deuces. Let's say that.
Right.
It's there's a lot to consider. I mean, you have every player behind you to act. So
Absolutely.
to get it in there is courageous. So let's see. Brian folds.
Dan's all in.
I like Dan. That's the power of position, right? Dan's one off from the button. He's in the cutoff, and he's got King Jack offsuit. He's only got 3 people to beat,
Right.
and
It's pretty standard shove.
yeah,
King
yeah.
Jack,
This is
short stack.
see, yeah. Robert was in the spot before with the King 9 of hearts, and again, this is another pretty hand, Queen 8 of hearts in the big blind. I mean, a lot of people want to see flops with that. I like that he's taking his time thinking about it, but I mean, I think he's ultimately going to find a fold here because again,
It's
he's
half
all,
his stack. Yeah.
all he has is Queen High. He doesn't have a monster stack. He's just gotta, wait for the next hand.
Yeah, that's
but
50% of his stack to call. Yeah.
I
Fold
don't
there.
I don't blame him for contemplating. Again, pretty hand.
Suited cards will get you in trouble.
Yeah. I mean, it's suited. He's in the big blind. It's
that discount.
And you can see Slade's still up top. Brian is still in second. Everybody else is still fighting their way, trying to grind it right back up to that top. But Slade and Brian seem to be holding on to their chips.
I think Brian's actually the way the bust outs have happened. Brian's in a great seat now. He's got direct position on Slade, who's got slightly more chips than him. So, in terms of playing, look at him. He's on the button, and Slade is in the cutoff. And if Slade decides to open, Brian can play back almost
Right.
any 2 cards. Really, I mean, and he's shown that he's willing to play back at Slade.
And Slade's pretty tight. He's not really a loose player. He's aggressive, but I don't find him being too loose.
Mm-hmm. So the Ace 7 here, this is a spot right now, right? So he's gonna bump it up, rightfully so,
Right.
with the ace seven in the
On the
cutoff.
cutoff, yeah.
He should absolutely six-handed ace high is the nuts.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is. I mean, like the value of your hands just goes up huge when you're six-handed. So he does correctly bet out here, and Brian's sitting thinking he's. I like that. I don't mind that when players do that. They think, and I do this too. You think a little bit before you even look at your cards of,
Right.
like just quick, like, okay, this person raised, they have this many chips. What is their range here? And then
Right.
you kind of take a peek. You assess the situation before and you take a peek. And I really don't mind that.
Right.
Some
Right.
players are a little excessive with it.
Yeah.
They'll like stare and then it's like, dude, it's been 30 seconds. Do you look at your cards yet?
Right.
But like,
You stared at me all this time. You haven't even looked.
yeah, like, you know.
And in case you're curious, for the chip denominations out on the table, if anybody's wondering, I'm sure most people know it or figured it out, but the red chips are 25K, 25,000. The blue chips are 5,000, and the yellow chips are 1,000. And there's another chip count there. As you can see, Slade's still on top, and Brian's still in second. Bill's 5 big blinds at 157,000, and William is right ahead of him with 187,000.
So, the comment about the microphone, is it too soft, too loud, or just doesn't sound good?
Oh, was that my microphone?
I don't know. Maybe it's one of ours. We'll find
Who
out.
knows? We'll figure it out.
Yeah, it's all right.
I'm not too worried.
Right.
I don't see him opening that.
No, Dan should be folding that.
Yeah, that's yeah. With his chip
Loud
deck, he
and
really can't.
clearly, D.
Oh, yeah, it's just one person trolling us. Good job, you got me to say something on stream. Unshackled spirit.
Trolls.
Yeah.
Trolls.
I hope that doesn't encourage everyone else. It probably will.
Yeah, well.
Are they asking you, Ryan, to sing some Elvis?
Sing so, yeah. That's not happening.
All right,
Sorry.
so who's heard him sing? Are you trying to tell us something?
That's not happening. So we have Brian here thinking about a6. Oh, Slade had just flat called, so I don't think I don't think you should be doing that in that seat. And Brian correctly, I think, opens here. And again, with the way the seats are arranged, Slade isn't a he has to fold. I mean, he can't. I mean, if he calls here, I would say it's out of frustration.
Right.
Ryan,
you know,
you're getting
Outside of
requests
being
here.
three-bet.
What?
You're getting requests. Kevin Allison Holbrook says hi, by the way.
Allison.
Thanks for
Hi, Allison.
Thanks for checking in, Allison.
I'm all shook up.
Somebody's
Are
an
they
Elvis
requesting
fan.
songs?
They are.
Any
Your
good
secret's out. You listen to Elvis?
any good book recommendations to learn hand percentages? Like, all right, so
Tons of them out there.
there are a lot of books, but I think a really easy read for everyone that I think simplifies the game a lot and kind of gets your mind started in the right train of thought is a book called Easy Game, and there's 3 volumes. There's volume 1, 2, and 3. Volume 1 is only like 50 pages. And it really simplifies the game. If you look it up, it's the author is an online player that goes by the name of Beluga Whale.
Nice.
Yeah, and it came out a little while ago. But as far as book recommendations, I would definitely recommend that. I love how he has it written. So Volume 1 is kind of ABC poker,
Right.
and then Volume 2 is how to beat ABC poker
Okay.
players.
All right. I might have to pick that book up.
Yeah.
All 3 volumes. So
Yeah,
I need some
yeah.
lessons.
So Slade does call here, but he leads the flop. We saw the situation earlier. He led the flop and got a fold out of Brian. Again, because it was a paired board. It's very hard to hit a board like that.
Right.
8-8 deuce. I mean, so Brian can only continue there with a pair,
Yeah.
or he has to raise Slade,
Right.
to try and win the pot.
Slade
He's probably
chips up a
folding 'cause
little more.
He knows Slade limped, so he
That's
could
true.
have
Yeah.
possibly have an 8 in his hand.
I don't necessarily like the call by Slade, but I like I like that on that paired board he was willing to kind of
To-
get it in,
Right.
and say, hey, you don't have a pair,
Yeah.
and, then, and Brian's like, yep, I don't have a pair, bye.
The aggressor usually wins it.
Yeah.
Watching all this poker,
so-
I can't wait
so-
till next season.
Sixth is getting 1550 now, so all these players are getting at least 1550. That's a pretty good payday. I mean, the players qualified to get into this championship, but the entry into the actual championship, EPT only charges like what? It was $35.
It's a $35. It's actually just a dealer fee.
Just for the dealers.
Yeah.
So I
That's
mean, you
great.
paid $35 to enter this tournament, and now you're gonna get at least $1,550. That's
Talk about value,
Right?
that's
Talk
pretty
about
cool.
value,
I mean,
wow.
that's I mean, and first is 10,000. I mean how many players can say I spent $35 on a tournament, shipped it, and got $10,000?
Right.
Not a bad weekend's work, huh?
No,
It's a lot of
not at
fun.
all.
And as the screen shows, we're at the Eastern Poker Tour Season 26 $36,000 championship here live at Foxwoods. The players just went on a quick 10-minute break. So we're still hanging out. We're having a lot of fun. Kevin, thank you so much
Thank
for
you
hanging
guys
out
for
with
having
us.
me.
Yeah, man.
Again,
It's
nice
been
meeting you
great.
again.
Good seeing
yeah.
you, buddy, as always.
Evan, we will meet again.
We will meet
Yeah.
again, my friend. That's
I'm
for
gonna go
sure.
watch this football.
There you
All
go.
right, guys. Have a
Who
great
are you
night.
going for? The Seahawks or the Bills? Oh, you got a
I'm
hat.
I'm an Eagles fan, so
He's going
I'm
for the
Nobody.
bird.
No.
Yeah, it's tough to. Yeah, I mean, you're just watching this game. I
Just
don't know
to
if you got money.
watch.
Do you got money on the game?
No.
No?
I'm just going for the wings and the bear.
Yeah.
That's what I'm voting for. All right, guys. Have a good night.
You too. Thanks, Kev.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Right.
All right, so we're gonna go on a break too here for a moment, figure it out, and we'll all be good.
Hello. All right. Oh, cards are in the air again. I don't know if I did the levels right. I might not have done the levels right. I'm sorry. Oh,
All right, we're good. We're good. We're totally good on that.
okay.
Yeah, rock on.
Real professionals here.
We have fun.
We run a tight ship here. So we're back. We're six-handed here. Brian here thinking about opening with ace-8 off, and he elects to just flat call. I think with the chip, with the amount of chips he has, he really has to keep the pedal down and keep the pressure on these short stacks. So I don't like you're giving these short stacks a cheap flop to see, to maybe get lucky. So I don't necessarily like the fact that he just called here, because he probably he gets the 4 high to fold. He probably gets Dan to fold because they're both very short. So. And yeah, Brian flops middle pair, but Dan also flops a pair, and it's very tempting to lead out here as a player with the 6 and no aggression, but I think it's wise to check there, because you're only gonna get called by better, and you're only going to get raised by better too. So it's perfectly reasonable to check there, and actually here too, it's perfectly reasonable to call. Flopping a pair is tough. Ooh. So that diamond's actually not going to scare Brian at all. I mean, he turns trip 8, so he for sure knows he has the best hand, and I would imagine. Oh, and Brian checks. So I don't know if I would have checked that turn. It leaves so if Dan were a sicko and on the river was able to shove, it puts Brian in a tough spot, because now he's thinking, flush. I mean, I think he may call with the 8, and Brian here finally he decides to bet out for thin value for 60K. Really, the only hand that can call him that's worse is a 10. I guess a 6 calls too. It's a tough spot, because I mean, a lot of the times on those boards, a pair is good most of the time. I mean, I know it's only a pair of 6s, but it's very hard for Brian to have an 8 there. It's very hard to have trips there. So, and if he had a 10, he's checking the 10 back because he's got showdown value.
All right, so we're here. We are here live at Foxwoods Eastern Poker Tours Season 26 $36,000 championship. $36,000 at stake right now. $10,000 for first place, $6,000 for second place, $3,200 for third, $2,300 for fourth, $2,000 for fifth, and $1,550 right now for sixth place. These guys are grinding it out. It's pretty cool, So they. Ryan, earlier, and I know you guys did some bios, so I think we should continue with a couple bios here and get some of the information out and give some ammunition to people out there to talk about their friends who are playing. But, we started talking about Slade earlier. He plays in Rhode Island. He's 44 years old. He's a fiber optics technician. His favorite TV show is Power. His favorite movie is Clockwork Orange. He's going back old school on that. And you can tell he's a poker player because his other hobby is pool. He doesn't have any other hobbies on that. That's pretty cool. He's a steak and potatoes kind of guy. He's been playing poker, though. You wouldn't believe this, for 10 years now. So it's been grinding him out. He loves playing the charity events. Those are his favorite. He loves the money at stake and those who doesn't, right? Mm-hmm. And so he got here through a monthly event. He played a couple months ago, and I think it was about 128, 129 players he outlasted to make his way. So he actually got to bypass day 1A
Oh, cool.
and day 1 and day 2 as well and make his way right to the finals here. And because he did that and he was able to grind his way to the final 16, that's why he started. That's how he got his double chip stack to start. And it's been rare that somebody with a double chip stack to start has actually ever won it. And I think John Murray might be the only person who's done that. So it's pretty cool. Let's see what else is that Slade's got going on. Yeah, favorite
He's got
poke.
a decision here.
Oh, he's got a wicked
Yeah,
decision here.
Small blind shifted on him with 6 bigs, and I think he's smart to be contemplating here a call. It's very marginal because at best you're 60-40. I mean Dan happens to be holding deuces, which is music to Slade's ears if he were to call and see those.
Right.
But I mean, Slade can't know that Dan. Dan. He obviously knows Dan is doing this with any ace. So even a hand like Ace Deuce is crushing him. Well, not crushing him, but is ahead.
It's a race. It's a race. You're starting the race from a few steps ahead. He likes that.
Yeah. I don't mind that he's contemplating here. I can honestly, it's one of those situations where, with the 6-7, you're gambling. You're never getting it in good with 7 high.
No, you can't believe you ever are.
Yeah, you can't. I mean, what do you beat here, right? Do you think Dan is a sicko and is going to shove with 5-7 suited? Yeah. You don't really beat a lot of hands,
Yeah, Dan's doing pretty good over there too. Slade's trying to. He checked him out a couple times. Dan didn't even really flinch.
Yeah.
So Dan takes down the pot. Good for him.
Mm-hmm.
It's a nice $173,000 pot here.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, like I do like the fact that he thought about it. For sure. I like that a lot.
So Dan, he's from Raynham, Mass, and I think, like we said, he plays mostly in the central region. That's how he qualified through. He's got a bunch of kids. He's been playing. Let me see. He has 2 dogs. Had dogs for almost 57 years. Okay, that's cool. Favorite food is Indian food. Favorite food is Dexter. His favorite movie, he's a horse guy, Secretariat. Got to tell you, so Dan's brother owns some horses. And ironically,
Wow.
one day, so I'm over at Plain Ridge one day. It's about 4:30 in the afternoon, and the trotters are running.
Mm-hmm.
And Dan's brother's got a couple horses in the race, or in a couple different races, rather. So I just happened to walk up. I was hanging out, had some time to kill before poker over at CBS Scene, where they play the Monday night $120 bounty. It's great at CBS Scene at Patriot Place, right next to Gillette Stadium. It's always fun to play over there. But so I'm walking down. I walk over to the fence, and I'm just checking out the horses, and lo and behold, Dan's standing over there to my left, and he's with a crowd of people. So I go over and say hi, and he's like, "You won't believe what's going on. My brother's horse is right there." So I run in. I throw $10 down on the race, and go figure, Dan's brother's horse wins.
Nice.
6-1. It's not a bad.
Yeah.
Not a bad little payout. I only did it because it was Dan's
Absolutely.
brother. But the funny thing is, or the cool thing is, I actually got to go out on the track and be in the winner's horse photo with the horse and the owner of the horse and the jockey and all the personal friends. So I just showed up at the track, and I end up literally on the track. But
So- That's crazy, man.
right?
That's crazy. So, oh wow. I wouldn't expect that to play out like that.
Oh.
Okay. So Slade does something interesting here. He I think he's a little scared of Brian. He wants to see the cards come out before he makes any decisions, and he has a pair here, so he's gonna lead out. But he really ran into it. If I was Brian, I would have kept the aggression up and raised pre-flop.
Right?
Because you already are. You can kind of sense. Brian's in Slade's head a little bit, and if he shows aggression there, I mean, Slade might just do something crazy. And so we see here bet and a call. I like the fact if he's gonna bet the flop. I don't know if betting that specific turn with the ace, that Yeah. Oh, I mean, what are you really? Wow. So
Full house works.
is he gonna three bet Heart of a Lion? So this bet sizing is a little too small for my liking because he's bet all three streets, so he's only betting 100K here. Obviously he ran into it. We can see the cards. Brian's gonna raise here and he's gonna snap fold. I can't see. Did he just call? Wow.
Interesting.
Yeah, they're. I don't know. Maybe they had a talk in the bathroom. They said they were gonna play each other soft or something. I don't know. Wow. I mean,
Interesting play. Nice pot though. A $600,000 pot Brian just picked up.
Yeah. I mean, it is a nice pot, but I mean, if you river a boat like that, I mean, is Slade really gonna limp? Like the only hand that you're really worried about there is Ace King, right?
Sure.
Is Slade really gonna limp Ace King in the small blind?
No,
Not from what we've seen.
No.
but-
So that just put Brian ahead, though. Brian's at 1.8
Yeah.
million in chips, and Slade just slightly behind. He's sitting on 1.5 million. Robert has got 369,000. Dan Zuckerman, he's still grinding away, 169,000 with 5 big blinds. Bill Landry has got 97,000 at 3 big blinds, and Bill Ferdinand's been sitting pretty quietly, about 97,000 in chips. So we're moving along. We'll probably see a few players knocked out in the next few minutes. I'd have to believe with the blinds where they're at 15K, 30K with a $4,000 ante.
Yeah, we're gonna see fireworks soon.
Yeah, we are.
There's a lot of people that just need to get it in here. So yeah, as you can see, they're you can kind of tell by the way they muck their cards. I mean, none of them really have a really complicated decision with their stacks. It's really all interfold.
Right.
You know?
Sometimes
So
it makes it easier.
Yeah. Oh no. It absolutely makes it easier. Absolutely makes it easier. So, it's it's one of those things. You can tell they're in all in or
Right.
fold mode. So
So Slade has a decision here. He's got to make a call with his 10-7. You think he hope he's not on tilt and just wants to.
look at this. The chat is criticizing, and I mean, look, they're at the final 6. He's faced 3 straight barrels from Slade. He's probably, he. I would say it was like a little overly too cautious. I mean, you river a full house there. It's a little overly too cautious, but I can understand. You're facing 3 streets of aggression. It's against the chip leader. Everyone hates getting coolered. Everyone hates getting coolered. I don't care who you are. Like it's one of the worst feelings in the world, and that definitely runs through your head a little bit, even if you're holding something as strong as full house or a rivered full house. It's just and I don't know if Brian's ever been in the spot before. But it can be a little stressful, especially facing 3 bets. That's
Right.
That's a bet on the flop, turn, and river.
Yeah. And just for a side note, our Boston Bruins are up 4-0.
Oh, sweet! Yeah, awesome. So we have Slade called 30. Brian is in the small blind with pocket jacks, and he's got out some ammo. Pulls it back. Boom, there's the raise.
How was Adam and Eve prevented from playing poker?
How?
Actually, it was more craps, but their paradise was taken away from them.
So yeah, I really want Slade here to keep up the aggression. I mean, he's on the button. I would have loved to see him open the button, raise. I mean, he would have ran into jacks, but you open the button with 10-7, and you get 3-4 bet by jacks. You can throw it away. Now because he's been so passive, Brian is starting to, and Brian has shown that he's willing to play with Slade. and bets out. So now that Brian could have a range of hands here that could be just bluff cards. He could have like 7-8 and be doing that. I think with the limp on the button from Slade. But
Can't forget Monday Night Football. Buffalo and Seattle are tied 14 points.
I just got a notification on my phone that Jimmy Graham caught a touchdown, which I needed in my fantasy league.
I walked over on break, one-handed, sick catch.
Really?
You're gonna have to see that on the highlight. It was sick.
I need him to get another one for me to have a chance, but I mean the half's not even over. Is the half over yet? Or?
I don't know where we're at yet, but so speaking of Seattle, I'm in Seattle last November, and I'm staying at, I forget what hotel I was staying at, but there was a Children's Hospital charity event going on, about $1,500 head event, black tie, yada yada yada. Me and my little cousin were wandering around, and we decided to just check it out and see what's going on. So there's a silent auction going on, all these crazy items. There's a a bronze statue of a Seattle Seahawk head sitting there. They wanted like $6,500 minimum bid. So I turned to my cousin Matthew. I'm like, how much trouble do you think we can get in? He's like, what do you mean? I take my Patriots hat off, put it on the Seahawk. Start taking some pictures of it, and we started posting it all over Instagram. They weren't too thrilled with us, although they didn't throw us out. But yeah, so I still have that picture. Maddie and I were laughing about that one for quite a while. But they were saying Seattle does Boston, and or goes and yeah,
That's
Boston
awesome.
does
That's
Seattle.
hilarious. So oh, it's 17-14 actually. Just kicked the field goal. So I like what Brian's doing. Raising to 80K on the button here. And he's gonna get folds. And he's honestly against the short stack in the big blind Bill, he's happy to get it in. Bill's actually in a great spot. I think he's got to get that in for sure.
Oh, absolutely.
Even if Brian has a hand like King 9 or King Queen, and Jack 10 is just such a great drawing hand, and he's so short that he really, there's a point where you need to gamble, and this is a clear spot. And,
Jack 10, it's a strong opening hand. Like you said, a lot of possibilities. But Brian is cranking up the chips there. 1.9 million. Slade has been between 1.3, 1.7 all day. So, he's just been sitting there. Robert is at 316. Dan is still sitting at 161. Bill is right behind him as well. So Bill's sitting on 89,000, and that was Bill Landry, and Bill Ferdinand now sitting at 46,000. He's just basically got one big blind left.
Yeah,
so.
I mean, you got to get it in there.
You got to get it in.
With the Jack 10, I mean, you're basically, you have one big blind. The antes are huge, so you got to get it. Like, you might not get a hand better than Jack 10, to get it in with.
Yeah, we'll go with the camera got his cards wrong too.
I'm just we can all sit here and criticize when seeing their whole cards. I mean, obviously Jack 10 against Jack 8, that's a dream scenario, right? Well, when you're that short to go all in, but he can't see the whole cards. And I mean, you're sitting there with an offsuit Jack. It's not the best feeling in the world.
No.
To a raise, so
well, again, like you said though, in that position, I would you and I would be on that, but
yeah. But it's a high pressure scenario. Sure. Maybe he's trying to move up a spot. So,
right. And I mean, it is almost a $500 bump in cash.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Robert shoves here.
Queen Jack obviously.
Or did he punt his cards? Oh, Bill punted his cards. So that's actually so he really, I mean, that makes it pretty clear. He's just trying to ladder. Right now, I mean, he's got an ante left. I think that's like literally an ante, maybe not even a whole ante. But now he's left in a spot where he's just, I mean, he's literally any two cards. Because he's forced to. It's just, yeah.
I mean, we're sitting at 1530 with a $4,000 ante. It's pretty.
Oh, he had a red chip. It was hidden.
It
was camouflaged by the red felt.
That's right.
So he had a red chip, so he wasn't down to just an ante.
No.
He had a little more, but still, it's. I mean, I hope he gets something here. It's riding a short stack is never fun.
No.
It really isn't. You just feel like the world's going by you. You know, you see all these players 3-betting, 4-betting, like seeing flops.
I want my
turns,
turn.
overs. I want my turn. Like I'm watching all this action and I can't even get in on it. Like
Nope.
it sucks. You know,
Slade
get
get
me
that
a pillow. I want to go
7-4.
to sleep.
Right.
You know, 4-7 of spades. So
He looks up at the clock, looks at the.
yeah. So I can make a case for opening, but I actually like the fold. You know, it's a suited hand and it probably gets through 6-handed, but the problem is there's so many short stacks, so there's really no point in raising because you're just gonna run into a better hand always.
Right.
You're not gonna get folds around with these chip stacks the way they are.
Now they're gonna.
So-
all they see is value in it. They're gonna
Yeah,
call.
that
and-
kind of tricky play won't really work here because he just punts it in with Queen 10 suited, rightfully so. And Brian here's got the King 9. He covered the 23K that he punted in. And it says Williams all in, but oh yeah. So Williams gonna love when he flips over his cards because he's sharing the hearts with Brian. So Brian's not gonna want to draw the hearts.
Not drawing dead to that
but,
flush.
I mean, we're gambling here. I mean, you look at the percentages. It's no player here is feeling fantastic. I mean, maybe William a little bit. He's got the ace high right now, but no one's dominated. Everyone's got live cards. It's we'll see. This is
This is a
it's
classic-
kind of sick for a tournament. You're playing for like what, a $500 pay jump right now.
Yeah.
So I mean, you're playing for a $500 pay jump. You're basically just like, I don't know, putting money in a slot machine hoping you hit. Let's see.
Nothing to no one.
Wow.
Look at that blank board.
Williams' heart is like beating like this. Yeah, because he's got the best hand, and it might. I'm not gonna say anything. I don't want to jinx anything. Can he fade one more card? Can he fade it? I don't know, man. He does. He fades it. That's crazy.
All right.
He wins with the best hand.
Well,
When does that happen?
right. Well, congratulations to Bill Ferdinand, Southern Mass player. Picks up $1,550 today. It's a awesome grind for you, though, Bill. Good job. It's always fun playing with you on the tables, and can't wait to see you back on the tables to congratulate you in person as well.
Are they going on break? I think they are.
Yeah, I did find out last break was actually a technical glitch, not on Eastern Poker Tour. Foxwoods tournament clock shut off, so this is a real break.
So like, there's a saying that the
Hey, Timmy.
cash regs say is if something like that happens, they go, "What the Foxwoods?
What the Foxwoods? I've heard that many
What the
times.
Foxwoods, man?" But hey, computers these days, right?
Exactly.
But yeah, for William, that's a great, kick in the butt. Winning the last hand before break. You get to go, and walk around for a little bit and feel good about yourself. Because I mean, when you win especially that, that his tournament life was at stake. He he won a 3-way all in. That's a huge,
That's a huge chip up.
it's a very big morale booster, and to go into break, winning that, I mean it's a good feeling. He's gonna come back. He's gonna be feeling good about himself.
It's like when the Patriots defer the kickoff and take the kickoff for the second half, and they score just before halftime. They get the ball right back. They get that same kind of feeling.
Yeah.
So
Yeah, and it completely. Yeah, I mean, like, in that scenario, it demoralizes people a little bit because it's like they just score on us and they're gonna run it out again and they're gonna score on us again. But,
All right, so we're on break right now. It's the Eastern Poker Tour's season 26 $36,000 championship here live at Foxwoods Resort and Casino in Ledyard, Connecticut. We've been hanging out all day watching the final 38 players from a little over 800 players over Saturday and Sunday make their way down to the final five we're at now. So it's Ryan Chu is hanging out with me, Evan Myers, with Craig Bradford somewhere around. I think I just saw him with a drink in his hand. But you know what? I think we're going to take a little break, too. We'll be back in just a few minutes.
Yeah.
All right,
yeah.
rock on. All right, and we're back. Eastern Poker Tour Season 26, $36,000 championship here live at Foxwoods Resorts and Casinos. It's me, Evan Myers, along with my great friend Ryan Chua.
How's
Having
it
a good
going?
day, Ryan?
Yeah. This has been awesome, and now that we're getting down to it, we're starting to see a pretty sizable crowd form. We're hearing some people chanting names of their friends. It's been a great time, and these players I think are certainly enjoying themselves. So during that break, we actually colored up the yellow chips, so you won't see them anymore. The blues are 5K, and the reds are 25,000.
Right.
All right. So Robert here, he has been card dead. He's got King Jack suited, and now he's thinking. But I think with his stack, he's got 370K. Yeah, it's not a great feeling, but you gotta get it in there. You definitely gotta get it in there. If you get called, hope it's something like eights or nines that call you, not like king queen or ace king.
Right.
But yeah, the problem with he just elects to flat here. So flat meaning he just calls. Oh no, he goes all in. Okay. Whew.
He set it all in.
Good. I like that. That is the right move,
Yeah.
I think. He's gonna get folds, and let's see
William
if
folds, Dan folds, Slade is contemplating his cards.
Oh, the suspense is killing me. What is he thinking about? So, okay, he fold. He. All right.
little
That
Hollywood
was
on the
yeah. Hey, don't do that on my big blind. But
Right?
yeah, like.
But Brian's
Five
sitting
high.
at 1.9 million. Slade is at 1.4. Robert at 455,000. Bill Landry 175, and Dan Zuckerman, Cerisi Cup champ, sitting in two big blinds with 100. So I'm sure Dan's going to be
These
making a
guys
movie,
are stumping it.
making his move soon here, right?
Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
He's
they're
in-
just both of them are just sitting here hoping the other one
goes
goes
out
all
first.
in, and so here they're both in tough spots, right? If Dan goes all in here, if it folds around to Dan and he goes all in here, he's gonna get called by Slade and Brian, and it's just gonna get checked down, and he has to get lucky. So it's yeah, they're in bad seats, So Robert's got Queen Deuce, and given the situation, five-handed, you might consider. I mean, it's a suited queen. You might consider opening under the gun there, but given the situation with the short stacks, I mean, it's really an easy fold because
Yeah, that's
you
three
know.
jumps. That goes. Ooh, sorry. So right now, fifth place is gonna pick up $2,000. Fourth place is 2,300, but third place goes up to 3,200.
Oh wow.
So that is a pretty big jump to sit tight a little. But we see Dan is all in.
And he actually woke up with a hand.
Yeah.
That's a very. I mean, if you've got if you got two big blinds and you wake up with a suited ace, I mean, you're. I'm loving life.
I certainly am.
I'm loving life right now on the button. And
I'm surprised Slade folded
Slade!
there. He's.
no.
I'm surprised he folded. Dan could be making a move. Not
See,
a lot, but we
and
knew
it's
Brian was gonna call.
yeah, it's and I think the reason Slade folded, and I don't want to think too much into it, but Brian has just been pounding on him. So I think that played a big factor in his reasoning for folding, because he didn't want Brian to just come over the top and do something crazy and kind of just give him more dead money.
Right.
So that's why he folded. And I think given the context of the situation, you two are monster stacks. You can call safely pre-flop, and Brian's not going to get out of line there because they move up a spot.
Right.
So it's going to get checked down. But
Dan.
let's see.
Dan hits his 6.
He hits his 6. Doesn't I guess it kills Brian's 5, right? So it actually does change a lot. No diamonds on this flop. I think we're going to see a double here. I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, but no one has a spade. Not a. I mean, let's get a 4 for a sweat. Let's get a 4 one time for a sweat. 4. Nah. See.
All right.
Oh well. I mean, yeah. So he's dead to a queen and a queen only, and it's Brian. I mean, it's 2 big blinds. He has to call there with deuce 7. He has to call there with deuce 7 also. He has to call there with any 2 cards. So,
Absolutely. But Dan does double up, so
yeah.
look at that, and he lets the crowd know, lets us know.
Yeah. And you know what's sick too is he would have tripled up, right? If Slade had called, and he was in terrible shape against Ace 9, but he would have actually tripled up. So I'm not going to say he made the right fold. I'm not going to say Slade made the right fold, but it's kind of sick that he should have even more chips basically.
Right. So Brian's sitting on 1.8 million. Slade's at 1.4. Robert has 450. Dan just went up to 235,000. We saw, and Bill Landry is still sitting with 4 big blinds with 170,000.
Yeah, people are saying good fold Slade. LOL. But yeah. I mean, I completely agree with you guys. I don't. I think the big reason why Slade folded was because Brian was he's been relentless against Slade in position. So I think that kind of messed with his mind a little bit. I don't think he was thinking about the size of the bet at all. I think he was thinking about, what am I going to do if Brian, am I just wasting, 2 big blinds here because Brian's just going to smash me.
Bill Landry goes all in. Just to let you know, there's
yeah. Oh, that's I mean,
it's a nice
5-handed, Ace 10 suited.
It's a monster.
That becomes that becomes a tier 1 hand. That's a monster. And
oh well, Brian wakes up with Ace Jack.
Yeah, that's a little sick.
Yeah. I suspect he's gonna raise here. He wants to get Brian. Yeah.
That's a cooler, for sure. Does he? Well, he announced something. I think he announced call, and I mean, If I'm Robert, I'm folding a lot of hands there because it's you've got a decent stack, but you're still short. So Brian is in great shape here. I want to see a jack high flop with 2 clubs.
All right, you want the sweat
see.
value.
Come on.
All right, maybe we can get the sweat dripping on the turn.
So we like jack of clubs one time. Or 9 of clubs. I'll take the 9 of clubs. Nah. So he's dead to a 10 and a 10 only. So that's he knows it's pretty much over, and it is over. But that's them's the breaks. He got a glimmer of hope with the club out there on the flop, but no luck there.
All right. Well, congratulations to Bill Landry. That was an awesome showing from Southern Mass. Bill picks up in fifth place, $2,000. So, $25, $20 to get you into a pub, $25 to get you sitting here at Foxwoods, $2,000 payout. Not bad.
Not bad at all.
Not bad at all.
If I could turn $45 into $2,000 on a regular basis, I'd be
doing nothing else.
I'd just be
Nothing else.
So now we're 4-handed, and it's gonna get serious now. It's gonna get real serious. So this 4th to 3rd pay jump, I think, is pretty huge. I mean, it's $900. That's for this tournament, that is huge. That's massive. And then the pay jump from 3rd to 2nd is even bigger. I mean, these guys are playing for pretty serious pay jumps now. So
Dan's getting a little fancy with the camera there. I think he just took a picture of the table.
We're getting, we're we're getting down to it, and
$2,300 to the next person out. Jeez, getting a little jealous.
So Slade's got the 6-8. So 4-handed. I mean, the hands you should be. So 6-7 is absolutely a hand I would open with on the button there because your hand value just goes up so much. And if you open the button, I mean, like Robert's got a pretty strong hand for the small blind, but he's not in a very good seat to call and open from the button, because if he calls, he's pricing in Dan, and if Dan he's just in a terrible seat.
Right. And if Dan
So-
shoves, what does he do with that?
Yeah, so he can't. So Robert here, he's been doing this all night. He's a thinking player, and he knows here that calling is probably the worst option.
Right.
He's got his short stack to his left with a big blind already in. He's got to decide, am I just going to give him the small blind, which is I think is perfectly fine. Me personally, I just blast it in there. I just shove it in there with the way the blinds are, and hope he doesn't wake up with a hand. You only have one person left to beat, and most likely they don't have a hand. So he's definitely thinking about that. And I respect it a lot, actually. He's not just gonna call here. We're gonna see an all in or a fold. Ryan would take the package.
Yeah, and to answer your question, everybody that's left is going to take the money,
Nah.
right? But it's you take the package, you get the money, you get a little extra money for some spending. It's a nice little trip to Vegas.
I mean, it's one of those things where, if you're playing here, it's definitely a bucket list item, and he actually does call here. So I don't like giving the short. I never like giving the short stack, especially four-handed a free flop, which is what he just did. But it ends up working out for him. Robert knows he has the best hand. That king might, deter him a little bit, but it really shouldn't. I think Robert should feel pretty confident in his holding. I would probably check again here if I was him to see if Dan has any bluffs in him, and then kind of reevaluate and think if maybe he's bluffing, maybe he's not. But here's a situation where he's got the Jack 3 offsuit. Dan does. If Robert had just shoved, he would have taken all the variance out of the equation and just taken down the pot. But instead, Dan was able to see 3 free cards. They weren't good for him, but it's you're still giving your opponent a chance to draw out on you. And at this stage in the game, when the chips are so valuable, you really can't do that. But like I said, he's had no cards, so he's probably a little flustered. Being card dead can kind of take the aggression out of you. And wow, I don't like the fold here. Brian folds an ace under the gun four-handed. Yeah, four-handed. If you have an ace, you should just a tip from me. You should always be raising.
You're pushing right there.
I'm not. Well, Brian stack. No way. I'm pushing, but I'm throwing in a 2.3x raise, and it'll probably take it down. Ace high. We just saw it. Four hands got dealt. Ace high was the best hand there. And he folded the best hand.
Oh yeah. So Brian's sitting on $2 million right now. Slade at 1.4, still at that same average amount that he's been having this entire final table. Robert is at 455,000, and Dan is hanging on 4 big blinds, 360,000. So, Robert's chipping up a little. Slade is not doing. There's not much movement there, but again, these two don't have to. They're on their way right now to a really nice payout, 10 and 5,000. Hopefully, as it should be in a sense with the chip stacks the way they are.
And he folds king 9 offsuit on
In
the
the
button.
button.
I see that. That's
That might be an all-in for me right there.
That's absolutely an all-in for me because, and it would have gotten through. Brian, honestly, Brian might gamble there with the 5-7 suited, but you'd love to see that with king 9.
5-7, that's a suited connector to me.
Yeah, yeah. Basically heads up, right? Or
three-way,
forehand.
four-way, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. So again, I don't like this, just calling and seeing the cards that come on the flop and, hoping you connect because, Slade should really be stepping on the gas pedal here.
But he just picked up a little money, get himself another 100,000 on his stack. So
he flopped bottom pair and bet it out and got the fold. Brian's shown that if he's not gonna float him, meaning he's not gonna call a bet with air and then try to take it away on a later street. So I think that strategy is fine, but I do wish he would open a little more. So again, he's got King Deuce suited. I think this is a shove with his stack too.
Oh, absolutely. Ooh.
But I mean, he's playing the waiting game.
Yeah, he is.
He is playing the waiting game. And Slade here, he's got Jack 6 off. I mean, I could see folding here, but I definitely can't see calling. So he does raise. I like that raise. I love the size because it's small enough where if you have absolutely garbage, you're just getting out of the hand. Robert here, 60K to call you. It's a 2.5x raise. So he's a little short stacked, but the Queen 8 suited. That's a really tough spot for that seat. So he optimal play here. I think with his chip stack, he either has to shove or fold. I mean, it's that's the thing about the 2x raise is it just you can't call it because you're giving away chips if you miss the flop, right?
Oh,
and
yeah.
you miss the flop most of the time. I mean, Queen 8 suited again, pretty cards, but you're missing the flop most of the time. So I think the best way for Robert to win right now is to shove. And I'm not just saying that because we can see Slade's hole cards too, but clearly he shoves. Slade snap folds. But hey, I'm just a guy. I'm not at the final table. Not this one.
You and I aren't sitting there right now.
Yeah, I'm sitting here with a microphone in my hand. So.
But like you said, the crowd is forming around him.
Yeah,
Getting a little noisy
there are a lot
over
of people gathering, and you know what I like too actually is that you see a lot of the players that even made it to this day too. They're here supporting
here.
like the people that play in the regions and stuff.
Yeah, Eastern Poker Tour is cool like that. You got these players that play 4, 5, 6 days a week together, and it really builds family and camaraderie. And if anyone's thinking about getting into it, it's just a lot of fun hanging out, and you get some food every night while you're there, and nice free dinner. Dan says in his bio earlier that he's being a single guy, he loves the cheap meal. So cheap poker, cheap meal, and keeps his budget in check.
See, and this is why, I don't want to say I told you so because of the flop or whatever, but, if Robert had just I'm not going to say just shoved. You never feel comfortable shoving with Queen 8 suited, but if Robert had shoved, Slade is never, ever
He's not
calling a
it.
shove.
No.
Not for 10 big blinds.
No, he doesn't want to double up a small stack at this point with no hand, but, he smashed it.
Yeah, I mean, see, Robert's not thinking about calling or doing anything here. He's just, I think he's just processing the fact that this sucks.
Right.
This is this sucks. I lost 100,000 chips. I lost a quarter of my chip stack in just to see these 3 sucky cards.
Right.
So he's I think it's a little bit of Hollywood here. So yeah, we see the fold, and is he gonna show? He does show, and I don't like that.
No.
It shows you're opening the button with Jack 6 off. Depending on what kind of game you're trying to play, I wouldn't.
Told me what you guys said when I had Jack 10. I heard it all. You're right. I didn't think about it till after, but yeah, you're right.
We all do it, man.
So,
I should have pushed. I should have.
so walking by, hang on, Bill. Bill, come here. Hey, Bill.
How you doing?
Hey, doing good. So walking by, we had
Congratulations, by the way.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
So what was it like to be at the final table, Bill?
It was unbelievable. And I never thought it'd even come close to that, or even get to this day.
So you're a Southern Mass player,
Yes,
and are you one of these guys that plays 4 or 5 nights a week?
I usually play 3 nights a week. Sometimes, if I can, a couple other nights. I got 2 kids, so I play when I can play, but usually 3 nights a week.
That's awesome. No, we're sitting here. Bill Ferdinand, who came in 5th place, had a nice little payout today. Was that a $2,000?
Yes,
2000
$15.50.
$15.50. Nice payout for you.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, to your credit, man. I mean, you were card dead the whole time.
I was.
I mean, yeah, you didn't really see anything, and it's tough when you get to a final table like that, and you just don't see anything. So I mean, I the Jack 10, I think, yeah. I mean, you heard what we said. I think it should have gone in, but I can completely see why you know.
And what scared me away on that was he was the big chip stack.
Yeah.
I figured he had at least an over on me. I didn't want to go all in unless I thought I was the best hand, and I thought I was behind. So, in retrospect, with my chip stack, I probably should have pushed it in, but that's poker.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and it's great too because you have now you have a tool. I assume you're probably going to be playing more of this stuff, so you have a tool to kind of go back and see like, oh, like how did this person play this hand against me, and how did I react? Do you think that's cool? Do you see yourself watching this again, or?
Yeah, I'm definitely going to watch this and see what I did wrong and see what I didn't. But I'm normally a really tight player, so a lot of the things I did, I'm probably only going to change a little bit.
Yeah.
And I really tightened down this weekend, trying to play the big hands, the good hands, and get my money in when I thought I was best, and it worked out. I got a lot tighter this time than I did have the last couple times, and it worked out for me.
Yeah, you're getting a lot of shout-outs on the chat, by the way.
Stephanie gives you a
lot
nice job.
A lot
Brett,
of support and love.
Brett wishes you congrats. So
thank you, everybody.
Awesome.
It was a great time, a great experience, and hope I'm lucky enough to get back here again. It takes a lot of work and a lot of time.
So what did you think about the whole event here at Foxwoods? What about the whole weekend? How was it for you?
I thought it was awesome. It was a great time. They put on a great venue. Everybody here, from the dealers to the photographer. I mean, the photographer did a phenomenal job. He talks to you. You get does a lot of things. Takes some good pictures. I've seen him online, and I mean, the photographer does a great job. So hopefully, he's been here a few times. Hopefully, he keeps coming. He's a good guy. So
yeah, Chris is a great guy.
Everybody here does well, and they're really good. Never had any problems. So it's a great time. I mean, I'm doing it all day, every day. So.
Well, excellent. Well, congratulations, Bill. And, I'm going to see you on the table soon. We play together quite a bit.
Yes, we do.
Looking forward to it. Now you got now you get the chip on your shoulder.
That's right.
We're all coming for you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Right,
Have
Bill.
a good day.
You too. Congratulations, buddy.
Congrats, man.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah. So we got Robert here with Kings. What a hand to come back to, right?
Right?
So he's been card dead. He's sitting here right now. And after being card dead for so long, you wake up with a hand like Kings, and he's just, you love to see it, but you really start to think, how can I really extract?
How do I make money on this?
Yeah, I need to make money off this hand because I've been so card dead. So he might, I could definitely see him getting a little tricky here, but with his stack size, it's hard because if he just calls, something's up.
Absolutely.
Something's a little fishy. Four-handed, you're just gonna call under the gun. So
he does. He makes a little raise.
He makes a little raise, and I don't mind that. Optimal play. He's risking the minimum. I mean, it's good to it's not hard. It's not hard to play a premium hand. So I think that's absolutely the correct move.
And he did. And Danny and Slade got rid of their cards, so he chipped out. That puts Robert at $470,000. Brian's on top still with $1.9 million. Slade at that average chip stack for Slade all day, $1.5 million. Dan Zuckerman, he's up a little, 3 big blinds now to $155,000.
Yeah. And that, I mean, that sucks. You have the Kings and you make a standard raise and you just get snap folds around.
Right.
I mean, I want action when I have Kings. I want not lots of action, but I want heads up.
Any day of the week. So we're seeing the friends and family all hanging out. Lots of
Yeah,
people still over
it's
there.
getting a little loud over there.
I'm seeing Jeannie Cochran, Slade's girlfriend, walking around. She's biting her fingernails, really nervous for her boyfriend right now. But just about everybody is over there, and it's great to have Bill Ferdinand come by. I play with him all the time. He's a great guy. He plays in Southern Mass, and we have a lot of fun over at Stoughton at the VFW. We have a lot of fun at Slapshots. That's a great venue. There's always the Jockey Club in Raynham, Massachusetts as well.
So Slade again here is playing the passive button. I would have loved to see a raise from Slade here, but
5-3, such a sneaky hand.
it is, and you're gonna fold out a lot of better hands. You're gonna fold out,
Sure are.
like 5 high is obviously not a great hand, but you're gonna fold out if you open there. You're gonna fold out a lot of better hands, such as 10-6 or Jack 3.
Exactly.
But now we see a flop. So let's see.
See, Slade hits his 5. He's also got the flush draw, so he's a pretty dominant.
Yeah, he flopped really good. Brian is he gonna lead? Oh, yeah, he's thinking about it. And I like the fact that he's thinking about leading here. I think he absolutely should. So he leads here. Roberts out. He can't call, so
No.
he folds here.
That's
now
easy.
Slade, he's got in my mind a pretty easy decision to just call here. It's very hard to flop a pair, and he did. It's bottom pair. It's not the best pair, but he flops a pair, and he's got the flush draw too. So the other thing that might be running through his mind is maybe he does have flush outs, obviously. We can see that. But what if Brian's it's sick. What if Brian's semi-bluffing here with let's say ace-4 of clubs.
Right?
Right? That's what we call reverse implied odds. So if Slade were to just call here and hit his flush, he loses a lot more money because he just made his hand, but someone made a better hand.
You got to look out for that all the time. Hearing a lot of noise going on over at that table.
Yeah.
So you guys know we're on a little delay here. They're playing live over there, but it's going crazy. You hear them screaming. I think something big just happened.
Man.
We can probably go check it out. But look at this.
That is the perfect card for Slade. I mean, he obviously wasn't feeling he liked his
Right.
hand, but he wasn't feeling great about his hand. But now he absolutely should be feeling fantastic.
Absolutely.
About his
I mean,
hand.
if Slade hit anything moderate or small, he has to bet there, and Brian can't put him on a hand right now.
Honestly, with Slade's hand, seeing a club is obviously good, but I don't feel great about it with Brian leading out like that, and Brian bets again.
And that's what I'm saying. Slade has to worry now. But Brian couldn't put him on anything. What does Slade do? He's got too small. He's got 2 pair, but he's got.
And this is the problem when you don't raise pre-flop. Brian can have any 2 cards.
Yeah.
You priced Brian in to call the big blind because he's got half price, and then the big blind sees free cards. So this is the problem. I can't see any version of Slade folding here. He's definitely not going to. But Brian's definitely got his foot on the gas here. It's really. I love the way Brian is playing this hand. We can obviously see the whole cards, but I think Brian played it great. I wouldn't have done anything different.
Slade looks like.
And Slade. He sniffs it out. So there's no way Brian can call this bet. He would have to be a complete sicko.
Right.
A complete sicko, but if he could raise here, that puts Slade in a. If I'm Slade and I get raised here now, I probably vomit on the table. I probably do that,
yeah.
and that's yeah. Whew. Yeah. So I mean, I think it is just Hollywood. I don't know if Brian's got it in him to do it. I know Brian knows those are the only two right things to do. He can't just call here. And he folds. So Slade ends up winning a bigger pot
Yeah.
after all that.
After all that, his first big chip up in a long time.
Yeah, but
So let's look at this. Slade now is at 1.8 million. Brian now in second place drops down to 1.6. Robert from the North Shore has got 425,000, and Dan is just sitting tight, 150K, 3 big blinds. So I suspect Dan is very close to an all-in as well.
that's pretty brutal.
Yeah.
Yeah, see, like he's just kind of like playing with his one chip.
So we got the North Shore, we got Central, we got the North Shore twice, right? And Rhode Island represented here at the table. That's pretty cool. So Northern Massachusetts, Central Massachusetts, Rhode Island, all in the house.
Wait, so they're all from different regions?
Yeah.
That's kind of cool.
Yeah,
I
it
like
is.
that.
It is. Well,
It's like a turf war now.
right. Well, Ryan's from the North Shore, Dan is Central, Slade is Rhode Island, and Robert is North Shore. So we got two guys.
Oh, we got two North Shore
Two North
guys.
Shore guys. I don't know.
I remember Robert. Brian must be fairly new. But yeah, everything I've seen from Brian, he's a pretty good player from what I've seen, and I still am rooting for him.
So Dan's a former charity player who is primarily playing in the Southern Mass or Central Mass right now. So I don't see any of my cohorts on the table right now, my charity guys. But Dan makes his moves. Slade's got to think about it. That's probably not
I
that
don't think
hard.
Slade has to think about
I was
anything.
gonna say, it's probably not
He
that
doesn't have any chips.
Surprised it took him that long.
Yeah. I would not have. So
I see a chop here.
yeah, that's.
Dan's hoping for a chop.
Oh, man, that's rough. Again, I would like to see Slade open, but hey, ended up working out. Oh,
Bang! Look at that. That's crazy
Thank
flop
you.
action.
Ace of diamonds. Ace of diamonds.
Right?
Ace or nine of diamonds. I would absolutely die. That's boring.
Right? However, look at the chop percentage. Boom. And that's
Yeah. That's actually that. I mean, if you get it in bad, that's a great.
that's
flop.
all you can hope for.
That's a fantastic flop.
Yeah, believe it or not, Dan actually
but
made some money on
yeah.
that.
Wow.
Yeah, and it looks like Dan wasn't even sure if he had won that hand or not. He couldn't tell. But Dan now at 170,000. Rob.
Dan actually thought he lost the hand.
Yeah, he got up for a second. And he's like, wait a minute.
When you're playing this long,
Your eyes start seeing things.
your eyes start seeing things, and I can completely understand that. I've definitely done that too. Thought I lost a hand or thought I won a hand. Like,
yeah, we've done that.
Yeah, like whoa, like
Wait, what are you talking
what?
about? Brian dumps his queen 4, sitting tight.
I think that's fine. I think Robert
He has a move.
again ace. You gotta open.
You got to open.
That's actually I love that. I love that he shoved there.
Yeah.
I think he absolutely should be shoving any ace there, and it's gonna get through. I said it's gonna get through. Slade, I said it's gonna get through. Okay, good.
He heard you. He heard you.
Man, Dan and Robert here.
Grinding.
Yeah, that's not a good feeling.
No, but they have got themselves to this point doing that, which is pretty cool.
Rob and Slade both double qualified. Someone in the Twitch chat is saying. So they both came in today with double stacks, and I mean, you can see the double stack coming in today with a double stack pays dividends. I mean, look, we had 2 double stacks today, and they're both at the final table. They're both in the top 4.
Sure.
I mean, that just shows you how big of an advantage it has. You can get a double stack a few ways. You know, if you qualify like via any way, like via the Cerisi Cup, or you qualify day 1A and you decide to play 1B as well.
Yep.
You can get a double stack that way. It's just
There's lots of opportunities if you win a monthly event and the Cerisi, or a monthly event and qualify.
There are just so many opportunities to do it, and we see here, it is absolutely paying dividends. I mean, with Slade's chip stack, I don't see him finishing unless they let the blinds climb. We're hearing a lot of chanting. Unless they let the blinds climb and kind of passively play and get the short stacks get a little lucky, I don't see Slade finishing anything less than top 2 right now with his chip stack. And again, that's the advantage the double stack gets you.
Sure.
So what do we have here? So Robert raised to 160K with King 10. I love it. Brian, did he mouthed something?
So Rob won the Battle of Champions.
Oh, cool.
And on Saturday, and Slade won the monthly and on Saturday as well. Rick Santori. So yeah, Rick Santori gave us that bit of information. We got lots of people that walk by and like to try and distract us every once in a while. It's kind of funny. They're like talking to us, but we're on delay. We don't know.
Yeah. So, if Brian was thinking, I think he probably thought about. I wouldn't call with the 5 high there, but he probably thought about raising. I hope that's what he was thinking about,
Right.
and it's. Robert's got the short stack, so he really. I mean, it's going in. I know Robert is. He opens there. He is getting it in there with King 10 suited. So I mean, Brian made the right fold, I think, but. I gotta give him props if he was thinking about raising, because it's at least you should consider all your options, and it looks like he's taking this seriously.
So we're up to 370 on with us right now.
Wow.
Yeah. 7,300 people have viewed it, though. Not too bad. 7,300 views today. Love it. We're here at Foxwoods Resort and Casino Eastern Poker Tour, Season 26, $36,000 championship.
So
we are live at the final table.
We actually have a question on the chat. Someone said, "What was the buy-in?"
All right. So today's buy-in, there was no technically buy-in. What the way that they won, and it looks like. Because of so Rob won the champions in Saturday and Slade won the monthly in Saturday. Slade, they both played lots of poker throughout the season and pay between $20 and $25. Just a nice fee to get in there at any of the regional events Saturday, on a Monday, Tuesday night. They collect their points. They earn their way in either through any win into the Saturday qualifier or any cumulative points that gets them the highest percentage gets them into the Sunday. So really they just paid their $20 fee to get themselves there. Saturday and Sunday there's a $35 dealer fee that they pay to play in those events. But in reality, over the weekend they literally paid $35 to get themselves to this point. So I hope that answers the question out there.
Can I just say I love the fact that Robert is sitting here thinking about doing something?
Yeah.
Because he absolutely should be. I mean, like, Slade has just been limping the button all night, and he's seeing cheap flops. He's getting lucky. He's hitting. I like the fact that Robert thought about raising there, because that's that. I don't think he should necessarily have raised, but I like the fact that he thought about it.
So Robert, little ahead. He has his open ender and in top pair right now.
Mid pair.
I'm sorry, mid pair right
and
now.
he
Yeah,
was running.
there's a
I mean,
six
he
there,
flopped.
isn't
He flopped the world. He flopped great. Brian is going to lead out here. I don't mind that at all. He flops a pair. And yeah,
Yeah.
Robert's
He knew.
feeling himself. He likes his hand. Um, and now it gets back to Brian.
Yeah. Brian
and
asks for a count right now, so
So I don't think he can really call here.
he's got his pair. He's got his inside draw.
Yeah,
But-
it's just you're never what are you beating here? You know, he's got bottom pair with the worst kicker.
Right.
So really you're just beating two overcards right now.
Yeah.
So it would be a tremendous hero call, and I really, I don't even know if I would call it a hero call because I don't think, they've been playing together for a while. I don't think Robert would bluff him here in the spot.
No, Robert.
know?
He doesn't want to take the chance of being snap called by the monster stack. So
Yeah. So I mean, I think, and they're talking. He's Brian. I love this. I love it. I wish these players were mic'd up, but Brian, you can see Brian's talking to Robert. I think extracting any info from your opponent, and Robert rolls his eyes. Look at him. He's like, "Come on, dude! Like I'm sick right now. I got middle pair and an open ender. I don't know, like what are you thinking about?" But yeah, I like the fact that Brian is trying to extract information from Robert. Again, though, if you just consider Brian's holding, you have to ask yourself, what am I beating? And I mean, what hands can you come up with here that you're beating?
right.
7-9. You're beating 7-9 specifically.
Right.
Like any random 7, you're beating, but that's pretty much it. That's pretty much it. You're beating a random 7 and a random 3. But everything else is, Robert could have any 2 right now. He could have flopped like 4-6. He could have flopped a lot of stuff. So really, Brian has no idea what Robert has. I wouldn't.
I wouldn't. If you don't know, if you're sitting there, you don't know. You can't make that call.
And it's just enough. Like if Robert had like maybe like 150K less, it's kind of a side call,
Right.
get it in. But Robert has, Brian's got a big stack, but that's not an insignificant amount of
No,
chips
he's
at this
forcing
point.
a third of his chips into play.
Yeah.
If that's the case.
So yeah, I mean, I've watched Brian grind this all day, and I don't know. I think I hope he finds a fold. I think he does find a fold, but we'll see. I
Thanks,
love
Rick. By the way,
I love this chatter. I love what's going on here. I think this is what poker's about. I think, if you can extract information this way, and I'm not the best at it. I'm not the best at table talk. It's something I wish I could get good at. It looks like Brian's trying to do a little bit of it here. I mean, yeah.
so that guy Dog Boy, just to let you know, Gorilla Gaming is who's responsible for this table. Gorilla Gaming makes tables all over the country. You've seen them in many casinos. This is an RFID table, so all the chips in the table, the cards rather, have chips in it. The table has readers in it. But Gorilla Gaming, you can check them out as well. They have new tables out there that have USB ports now in the side, so you can charge your phone, get power to the table. So yeah, cool table. Definitely a cool table here.
Look at this. Jason Coop says clock.
Right? They've been calling the clock
So-
every once in a while
So,
online.
in this situation, right, specifically, Brian hasn't really been getting out of line with his decision-making
No.
time or anything. This is really a big moment for him. You got to give him, time here. It can be frustrating for sure
Right.
as a player. There's 2 other players on this table. It can be frustrating for sure watching that clock tick down. Dan was sitting there with 4 big blinds or something, and he's just watching time tick away.
Yeah.
So that's frustrating. But I mean, for Brian, he really hasn't been out of line with the amount of time he's taken. So
If he's gonna take one time to tank it a little. You got to give it to him. You can't be that guy that calls him out on it.
Yeah,
you don't want
yeah,
it to
I mean,
happen
like-
to you.
what happens is, like, if I felt like I've waited enough time, like I've waited like 3 or 4 minutes, I'll look at the clock and I'll say, when the clock gets down to this number, that's when I'll call clock.
Yeah.
But I don't mind giving him a little time here. I really don't. What what website do you guys recommend to play poker online in Massachusetts? You can
You can go
move.
into Zynga at Facebook.
You can move to New Jersey. You can move to Canada. So in all seriousness, there's a.
He makes the
I
call.
play on Ignition. Wow, he makes the call. And
All right, I feel something ominous coming on.
yeah,
about this.
I don't like the call. I don't like it, but he made it. He dug his
he was
grave
hoping
here.
for maybe
and,
2 overs, ace king, ace queen.
Let's see.
All right.
Let's see. This is a big moment for Robert. Card dead all day. Gets it in good. This is huge. This is huge right here. Oh my God. He gets there.
He got there.
He gets there. He gets there. Wow, that's so gross. That's so gross. And I'm glad I'm watching and I wasn't a part of that.
Exactly.
Because that's ugly.
Well,
That is ugly. I mean, you got to take the good and the bad. We all remember moments where we got it in so bad and came out on top somehow.
Well, want to congratulate though Rob Miller from the North Shore. He picked up $2,300. Not bad payout today though.
And look at Dan, 2 big blinds.
You were just saying,
Two
Dan's been
big
sitting
blinds,
here
and
watching that clock.
he makes $900 more by doing nothing.
I think between 3 and 4.
That's huge.
So there's still 3, 4, even 5 players left. He's been sitting here watching that. He just chipped up.
He's
3
laddered
places.
up a ton, and I mean, $900. I mean, that's pretty sweet for doing nothing.
Right. So another pay jump.
So now we're 3-handed now. So I let's see if Dan can pull a miracle. I'm rooting for him a little bit now because
We want the underdog.
he's laddered up so much. I'm like, rooting for the little guy, but I mean, we'll
the
see.
little engine that could.
We'll see if any craziness unfolds. He's asking the dealer for an ace, I think.
Oh, he does that. He does that periodically.
Yeah.
He'll
He's like,
ask a
just
dealer.
make one an ace, please. Right. So Slade folds under the gun. I don't blame him too much. Oh,
No.
He gets a walk. Wow.
Look at Dan, 135,000 in chips, 2 big blinds.
I mean, I would have just gotten, killed the formality and just had, Slade,
right?
call and
Well,
and just have it get in and just check it down and knock the guy out.
Oh,
But
yeah.
hey, it's EPT. We're friendly here. We
have a great time,
we
Brian.
have a good time.
Brian's loving it. He's over there. You can see the smile. He's sitting on his $2.2 million in Slade. Still at that same final table average of $1.7 million. These guys are going, oh, nice hand, King 8, 3-way, suited.
That's the nuts right there.
Yeah.
He should
With
absolutely
the
be
button.
raising on the button here. He's looking over the side. Maybe he's asking someone to do with King 8 soon. I don't know, but let's see. And there, yep, that's absolutely correct. So, what was his size? Like 160? $180. So, at this stage in the game, 180, little too big. I think. I don't think you need to 3x it here with the stacks the way they are. I think a 2 or a 2.5x open on the button accomplishes the same thing. You're gonna fold out, garbage hands, but you're gonna get called by 8, 9
Garbage hands.
Well,
No.
I mean, Slade's got King Jack here, right? And so King Jack 3-handed is a very, very good holding, but
He does.
Brian has been blasting it in like against Slade. We really haven't. We've seen them go heads up a few times, but Brian, I feel, has gotten has gotten the best of him, except for I guess the 3-5 hand. So let's see. So wow, who's got the heart here? Who's got the heart here? Slade's been doing this. He's been flat calling and then out of position early. He'll bet, and it might work again. I mean, he didn't flop. For King Jack heads up. That's not a terrible flop. I mean, he is running diamonds. He has a queen. He has 2 overs. So I mean, like there are a lot of cards on the turn that can improve his hand. So he's gonna lead. I think it's gonna work. I mean, Brian, again, he would need the heart of a lion to. Oh wow, we haven't seen this from him. So Brian's calling with absolutely nothing, and he is doing it to float. So if this turn is a blank, Slade would to double barrel this, and we have seen him double barrel, so he is capable of it. He would, yeah, wow. I mean, 3-handed double barrel, yeah, that's wow. I got to give it to him. So now Brian's in a tough spot. His plan clearly on the flop was to float him. So here I think you should be raising. If you want to continue with the hand, or you can decide to fold, and he does raise. So he called the flop there with a plan. He only had king high. He called with a plan to take it away on a later street, and that's what he's trying to do here. And I love the play. I wish the size was a little bigger. He only min raised, so he's basically goading Slade into calling. But as we see, Slade really can't here. I mean, the 6 of clubs is probably, it's just a dead card for him. So, I mean, if he hit a diamond, if he hit like an 8 even, to give himself the open ender, he could consider continuing, but he didn't improve in any way, shape, or form. So, I can't see him calling here.
No, my gut says he folds, but
yeah, he would have to have, and I've been saying it all day. He would have to have the heart of a lion to raise here. Well, let's see. Maybe he does have the heart of a lion.
he's checking out Dan's. He's checking out Dan's stack.
Yeah.
Trying to see where where.
Yeah, I mean it's
and
just.
he lets it go.
Yeah, that's a good point too. That's another consideration. You got a guy sitting next to you with 2 big blinds. I mean, do you really want to play a gigantic pot right now?
Not at all.
I mean, the pay jump is over $1,000 now, right?
So third is 3,200 to 6,000. That is a significant jump.
That's so they're playing for. I mean, does he want to risk $2,800 on a hunch when really the other guy's when Dan's gonna go out and a few hands?
No, so it's about 11:15 here Eastern time at Foxwoods Resort and Casino here in Ledyard, Connecticut. We're watching the Eastern Poker Tour Season 26 $36,000 Championship live. Having a great time. It's me, Evan Myers, and Ryan Chua, two little fun poker players who just like playing poker. So we're hanging out, having a good time with you guys tonight. But we're lucky enough to sit here watching the Eastern Poker Tour's final table. Almost 800 plus players over 2 days grounded out to get to this position, and we're looking at the final 3. Lots of people are checking in. Don't forget, still got lots of poker to go. You can find us on Twitter, Facebook. We're obviously on Twitch right now. Lots of, like I said, people checking in. Brett, what's up, buddy? Corey checked in. How you doing, Corey? I know you were interested in that hand. We talked about that texting for a moment. And here we go. Look at that hand.
See, Slade again is playing a little passively in the small blind against Brian. He's been doing this the whole final table, right. And I mean Brian happens to be holding some primo cards right now, especially 3-handed, so he's gonna get raised, and it's gonna kind of Slade's thinking this kid's been punking me all night.
I know. At some point, he's gonna take.
This kid's been punking me all night. This is definitely running through his mind. I can't. This kid never lets me see a cheap flop, he might get stubborn here, but he's in a again. He's put himself in a tough spot because if he calls, he's going to see a flop out of position, and if he misses,
Right?
you check fold, and you just gave away all that money to the guy that has more chips than you. So I mean, I like the fold here, but I wish he didn't even. If he was going to call fold, I wish he just folded. Save himself half a big blind.
So just in case you're interested, I think that says we've gone through 3 terabytes of data in streaming this information live. Holy cow!
No, dude, that's
3777.33 megabytes.
that's
Do the math.
no, that's 3.7 gigs.
Is it 3.7 gigs?
Yeah.
No, it's 3
terabytes
comma. It's
is
3
terabytes
comma.
is low.
No, it's 3 comma 779.42.
Nice beard, that ugly people.
All right, whoever's online that can do that math, we want to hear that math. How many bytes?
I think
is
we're
3?
about to sound really dumb.
Hey, it's almost 11 o'clock. You're allowed to get punch drunk.
Oh wow, time flies. So Dan here, that's an easy all in with the ace 4. Easy all in. And Slade makes the right call with his ace deuce. I mean, it's just one of those situations where Dan doesn't have any chips, and Slade needs to call off, or they both need to call off like almost any two to get the ladder jump. So Dan is that's awesome. I mean, it feels good when you get your cards and you're dominating the other guy and you flop your other card. I mean, it's a great feeling. So there's the double up right there. And I don't know, he's feeling himself. Look at him. He's holding a chip. He's pointing. He's
Smiling
he's
for the
laughing.
camera.
Yeah.
The magic chip.
Yeah. He is what. He's been card dead so long. He's like, I won a pot. I did it.
Way to go, Dan.
Are we going to break again?
No, I think we're going to
Oh.
go in a few more minutes. I think they're...
Yeah, where's well, he left his cell phone. Maybe he's coming back.
Yeah.
The dealer's looking. He's like, are you coming? It's kind of, you don't really want to miss any hands three-handed. I don't know if that's really a tip I need to throw out there, but, you're playing for 10 grand. You probably don't want to walk away from the table. Are you allowed to feel yourself at the table?
Depends on what you're feeling.
Yeah.
Or
That
who,
seems like it would be against the TDA rules. I like that.
right? We'll have to have Craig find out the rule on that one.
So Brian here has King 4 off. I absolutely think he should be opening that from the button, but he folds. Dan, he should either be shoving or folding. With again, he's still short. Yeah, you get rid of the cards. Next hand.
So a man walks into a bar, notices a poker table in the far corner, takes a closer look, and he sees a dog playing with all the guys. So he wants to, check it out. His curiosity is really getting to him. He sees the hands are dealt. The dog is playing just like people are playing. He's folding, he's calling, he's raising, he's doing what he needs to do. So he finally goes over and he says to one of the guys, man, you guys have been playing with this dog all night. I can't believe he's actually playing poker. He must be one of the best poker players or the smartest dogs in the world ever. So the guy says to him, yeah, he isn't that smart though. Every time he gets a good hand, he wags his tail. Come on, Ryan. It's 11 o'clock.
Oh my! Dude, if my eyes could roll any further, they'd be out of my skull right now.
Right? So we got, all right, that dog guy, dog boy.
See, I
We
was
got
right.
1,
It's
2, 3.
3.8 gigs.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. No, it's not.
So we missed this. So I believe Slade again played this a little passively, and Brian here flops bottom pair, and I love the call. I love it. It's hard to make a pair heads up, and he does. The jack comes, so he's got a double gutter right now. Actually, A queen or an 8 gives him the straight, which is interesting. I think he just check folded though. I think if Slade had stared at that board a little longer, he might have thought about it more because, I mean, it's kind of one of those things you need to think about. Well, I have a gutter ball, but now that the other card, the turn card comes, it actually gave him a double gutter ball. So he had 8 outs if he thought he was no good. So I think he folded a little too fast there.
What do you get when you cross poison ivy with a 4-leaf clover?
What?
A rash of good luck.
Oh my God.
Come on, the hits keep coming.
Oh.
I'm waiting for somebody to. Here's a poker joke. All right, let's see, Rick.
So I like the folds from the 2 big stacks here. I mean,
Oh, Rick. I don't know if I can repeat that. It's funny though.
did you see the joke that Rick just wrote?
Yeah, I did. I was
That's
just
pretty
laughing
funny.
at that.
See, why can't you come up with that stuff?
Oh, I don't know. There are more. I mean, it is the internet. I can go down that road too.
Yep, those should go into the muck. You should be opening a lot of hands on the button, but that's not one of them. Let's see. Let's see what Dan wakes up with here. He just gives it. Caps his cards for. Wow. Yeah, I don't. Suited 3-5. I mean, yeah. What are you really being, right? You're not. You're not getting it good. Let's put it that way. So.
Sure.
See
So,
why you would fall.
Brian
fold the
is
small
chipping
one.
up 2.9 million sitting on. So, Slade just got hurt, 935,000. So that might be a difference maker right there. And Dan is still sitting at 185. He's got 3 big blinds, so he went from 2 to 3 now.
Jeez.
Still sitting there.
Goes from bad to worse.
So blinds are sitting at 40,000, 80,000 with a what was that? What'd you see for an ante? $10,000 ante. So that means it's $130,000 every pre-flop. So
Yeah.
it's a lot of money just sitting there.
A lot of dead money. So Slade, what is he thinking about here? Yeah, what's he? Is he talking to someone? What? He's like staring off intently. And he just looks his hand. And yeah, see, 3-handed. I really don't think you should be showing your cards.
No, definitely not.
Because your range is just getting so much wider, and you kind of need to play mind games a little more. And when you show cards for free, it kind of takes that away. It takes that element away a little bit. But hey, we're all friends here. It's a friendly league, so yeah. Again, wow, all these guys are card dead.
All right.
So Brian here, yeah,
Any
ace
ace.
3, absolutely, yeah. You got to put pressure on him, and if it goes, I mean, he's got 3 big blinds, so it doesn't matter. There's no real decision here. If it goes in, I mean, the ace 3 is a snap call, but quite frankly, I would just say all in and just see what Dan does, because he's not folding to an all in if Dan goes all in here. I mean, this is a spot where I think you just have to gamble. I mean, that is not a great hand, but with 3 big blinds, I mean, I would just, you laddered. You're facing 2 huge stacks now, right?
Right.
With 3 big blinds, so you're not going to ladder up anymore. So you're really at the point where you just got to get it in and gamble and hope your cards are live. He's done a great job so far laddering up. I mean, 3rd place is huge here. But yeah, you got to just get it in and hope for the best.
Sure.
Unfortunately, that's what happens when you get short stack. So Brian's gonna fold that.
So I'm in England a couple months ago, and I put 1,000 pounds down on a horse to win the race.
Okay.
Collapsed the horse.
You're the worst, man.
I know. Poker jokes just suck, though. That's the problem. However, somehow I know them all.
Well, okay, so Dan here, I mean, he's got one big blind. He goes all the way with King 7, which is, I mean, that's the nuts, absolutely. Slade, obviously, yeah. I think it was, 75K is less than a big blind right now, so,
Yeah.
I mean, it's really.
80,000 in that big blind, 40,000, 80,000, $10,000 ante.
But, I mean, a situation like this, I mean, Slade's cards are live, so he's not that big of a dog. You know? Dan flops pretty good. I mean, that's. So, yeah. Slade's dead to a 10. He's going to get it. Wow, he's going to get it. But now, I mean.
Yeah, there's the magic chip.
He's happy, but at the same time now he's still got 2 big blinds.
Right.
So you really. I mean, you survived another orbit, basically. So it's. Yeah. I mean.
But he's watching Slade get his chips whittled down. He's just watching Brian beat on Slade a little.
Yeah. I would like to see him go with, this is very, very little momentum, but it is some. I would like to see him go with the momentum. And, I mean, 2 big blinds here. He should be on the button, just shoving any 2 cards. And, I mean, the Slade and Brian are obviously going to call, but maybe he triples up here. I wouldn't even, in this scenario right here, I wouldn't have even looked at my cards. I would have just put it in. But, that's a pretty good hand to look at. And these 2 should be calling with any 2 cards. Wow. Wow. Yeah, and Brian should absolutely be calling with King High here. I think, again, small blind, big blind should be calling with any 2 cards
Sure.
there. But,
Let's see what happens. Dan is all in.
again, Dan's in a situation where his cards are
It's
his
a
cards are
legitimate
very
race.
live.
Yeah,
I mean, look at the percentages. I mean, it's a little weighted coin flip, but he's holding his chip. So this is what the 3rd or 4th one time, I think. So that's I don't know, man. You're running out, but I am rooting for you. You did ladder up a lot, so let's see what we get here. I just don't want to see a king flop. That's great. I love that.
There's the queen.
5.
Oh, baby.
There he goes. Just turn trips so he's dead on the river. That's a good strategy.
The magic chip, another 230,000 for Dan. Wow, look at that! All of a sudden, the ties.
And look at the difference between Slade and Dan now.
It's minimal.
Dan has over half of Slade's stack, so now Slade is stuck. If Dan goes all in, Slade has to kind of have a hand that he likes to call, because he, it's not a small. It's like it's over half of Slade's chips. So
Right.
He's worked himself up here. Wow. Maybe I need to read Dan's book. And this can be so frustrating too, especially if you're the middle stack. If you're Slade, this can be so frustrating. I mean, Dan was down to 1 big blind, and now all of a sudden this guy's got 5 big blinds, and now it's super frustrating. So he's got a hand, Queen 8 offsuit. I think is a raise on the button, but I mean, he's been just calling. Yeah, and is he working a call here? Yeah. Yeah, I don't like that. So, see, Brian here showing aggression all game. You can't just be calling on the button. We're gonna see a raise out of Brian.
No, Brian makes a call.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. Maybe I'm wrong.
Right.
So again, Brian is the dominant chip leader here. I don't think he should be giving these guys anything, any free cards. You know, especially if he's gonna play like the wait and see game. Why do you have to wait and see? Just bet it out and don't let them see anything.
Well, he throws out 100K on the flop, so it
Yeah.
sounds like maybe he had a little plan. Maybe he wanted to.
Maybe he knew his opponents would flop nothing. So yeah, that I mean, I understand, you know, wanting to see a flop and you know, kind of see where you're at after the flop, but you know, you can't give your opponents a free opportunity to, like, you know, what if Dan's sitting there with 3-7 and that flop comes 3-3-4?
Right.
You know, now a hand that he would have folded, you know, now it's the nuts and you're going to lose a lot of chips. Yeah, and he's going to get a 10x big blind stack.
Right.
You know, so it's you can't just look at the result. You have to look at the whole situation. But hey, he took down the pot, so. Brian wakes up with tens. And yeah, I think I think we're gonna see a raise here. He's thinking about it. He's doing the Matthew McConaughey, like rolling a booger with his thumb and his fingers while he's thinking about the raise.
Went there.
You've seen, you know, you've seen
Booger
the
joke.
commercial, right?
Yeah.
Like he's like going like this and like, why are you
Why
doing
what
that
do
with
you
your
got?
hand? I guess that maybe. Hey. So yeah, I mean this hand plays itself. I think both players here are, you know, pocket tens and a suited ace, 3-handed. I mean, a suited ace is a great hand, especially ace 8. That's a great hand to have 3-handed.
Everybody's getting away from the table. No one wants to jinx anything.
Yeah, wow.
Dan's got the magic chip going feverishly in his hand.
I mean, it's worked. It's worked what, like 4 or 5 times already.
At least.
So, what flop do we want? We want, let's say, we want the 10 of clubs with another club on the flop. Wow. And that's not a good feeling. You have suited card.
Oh,
Wow.
there's the eight.
There's
There-
there's
all right.
a little bit of life.
We just got you some sweat value.
There's a little bit of life there. But I wouldn't want to be holding Dan's cards. Let's put it that way.
No. Oh,
And-
congrats, Dan. Unfortunately,
Yeah. Dan finishes third here, and
$3,200.
it's really admirable what he did here. I mean, he won the Cerisi. He final tabled this. He was card dead the complete final table, and he managed to finish third.
Not bad.
I mean,
$35 into $3,200. Not
Yeah.
bad at all.
not a lot of people. Hey Dan, get back here! You've been standing here all day. We got to talk to you.
All right, so
It's nice that someone could see how current dead I was.
Yeah. Well,
I think we are about to go on a 5-minute break. So I know I was told just a moment ago.
we can interview Dan during the break. Yeah.
All right, so all right.
Someone won already. Oh, can I? I'll play it when we get back. Yeah. Good job, man.
All right.
You were so correct.
Whoa, we'll fix that. So they are taking a 5-minute break. They are heads up now. We're going to also take a few-minute break, but you are live with us at the Eastern Poker Tour Season 26 $36,000 Championship here live at Foxwoods Resorts and Casino in Ledyard, Connecticut. Ryan Chua, Evan Myers, we're hanging out here. And, you know, we're going to come back in just a few minutes. We're going to try and grab Dan after the break. And I know he's walking around. He probably wants to say hi to a few people and be congratulated by some of his friends. So we're going to take a couple minutes as well, and we'll be right back. All right. So we're back. Eastern Poker Tour, Season 26, $36,000 championship here live at Foxwoods Resorts and Casino. We are now heads up. Wow, what a great day. Brian and Slade are about to go at it. They were the big chip stacks for most of the tournament here. And
Now, I'm going to take this opportunity to plug my blog that is not yet live. So if you go to it right now, you'll see a construction hat, but I promise you it'll be live by the end of the week. I am opening a blog. The site is dedicated to thegrind.com. Again, dedicated to thegrind.com. And it's just a poker lifestyle blog. You know, if you liked my commentary here, if you want to hear about, you know, my World Series experiences, some of my bigger tournament experiences, my cash game experiences, I'll be posting a lot of stuff on there. So, you know, if you want to hear more from me, then definitely visit the site. Not now, but like, you know, at the end of the week. I promise it'll be up by like Friday, Saturday. But right now you'll see a construction hat. You know, we're just putting the finishing touches on it.
can't wait to see it. We'll have to. We'll definitely be checking that out.
Thanks.
Oh, no sweat at all.
Yeah. So, what do we have here? So Slade goes all in with 10-6 off, and so this is this is this is the right fold because 6-7 suited is great. It's it's suited connector, but I mean, Slade doesn't have, he's short, but he doesn't have an insignificant amount. So really, you know, you have to look. You have 7 high. What are you beating? Or what are you hoping to go up against?
Right.
You know, 4s. You're still a coin flip if you go up against 4s, 5s, you know, things like that. So, you know, well, I think it was a good shove, heads up, because, you know, yeah, it's a good shove heads up because more often than not, your opponent does not have a hand. How do you get queens heads up? I need to talk to this Brian kid. Brian
I want Queen's heads up.
I know, like this is sick. He's playing for $10,000. Kid just gets queens heads up.
This is
like.
awesome.
And he's looking at, he's like posturing. He's like, oh, what do I do with this? He knows what he's going to do. Is he going to flat? No, he's going to slow play.
He is going to
He's slow playing.
Slide dog. Oh.
So Slade. Oh, look, he's got his tie. See, this is how much, you know, I love, you know, some of the stuff Slade did earlier, but it looks like he's kind of like worn down.
Yeah, he's getting a little hot.
You know, he's his tie's done. Wow.
Slade wants to make a shove here, trying to insta.
Oh, it doesn't work. So it's the right decision, right? We're not going to question that. He made the right decision. I would have put a lot more thought into it. You know, that was a really quick snap call, but you know, you have to figure, like, Slade's line didn't really make sense. Right, because if Slade has an ace there with 8 big blinds left, he's shoving. He's shoving pre-flop, right? So the fact that he just checks pre-flop, yeah. Oh wait, he's got the heart draw now.
Right.
There's a sweat.
Here's the sweat value. They shake on the sweat.
Oh, he bricks. Brian is the winner.
Wow, congratulations, Brian.
Did he hit the floor? What happened? He hit the floor.
He hit the floor. That's awesome. $10,000 payday for our friend Brian Elliott, North Shore. Unbelievable. Congratulations.
And
wow.
We've had the pleasure of watching him on the feature table all day. Well, I have.
I know.
And he's played solid all day pretty much. I mean, the 2-4 was a little misstep that worked out for him, but I mean, he's played solid all day. And I absolutely, you know, I had him pegged at the final 8 to win this final table, and he did. Well, I mean, look at that. That's he played really solid poker. I think it was great that early on he established with Slade that, you know, I'm not going to be pushed around by you, by your big stack. I'm really ready to go at it with you, and you know, I'm ready to play you. So we're not gonna play that game of you know, avoiding each other. I'm gonna face you head to head. And that's
He-
what ended
he-
up happening.
He definitely wanted to play. He wanted to show it.
Yeah.
And the North Shore represents today. Just
Mm-hmm.
season 26 champion. Wow, it's been great. We've been hanging all day, all weekend here live at Foxwoods. You got to thank everybody. What a great crew for hosting Eastern Poker Tour Championship. What a shame though that this room is closing up here.
Yeah.
They are closing down this poker room, so all tournaments, everything will be downstairs from now on. But it's pretty cool. And so you know what? Guess who just walked by? Dan Zuckerman, our third place finisher here. Hey, Dan.
Hey, Evan.
How you doing?
Well, pretty tired actually. It was a lot of fun.
It's pretty tiring being card dead. I mean, if you're not card dead, you kind of have the adrenaline going through there. But if you're just watching things go by,
I was card dead all day. I mean, even before you guys saw me on the table. I don't think I played a dozen hands before I got to the final table, but I had some good hands. I had pocket aces 4 times.
Oh wow.
no
but
action.
nothing else.
No
I
action?
had some action, 3 of them actually.
Oh, okay.
But I couldn't get any cards all day, but those hands sustained me. They really sustained me. It was just as simple as that.
Yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
it's it's nice because you're only playing against 40 people, right?
Right.
So you're only playing against 40 people. You definitely, you're card dead. You played the waiting game, and
That's
I mean,
all it
it got
is.
you a 3rd place finish. I mean, that is damn impressive. I mean, you outlasted a lot of bigger stacks.
That was all I could do. I knew I wasn't gonna, or I assumed I wasn't gonna win it, but I figured then let the big guys knock out the other guys, and that's the plan we all have when we're short stacks, and you try to ladder up. And for me, it happened to work.
Yeah,
That's
but I mean, I gotta hand it to you. Like that, I think you're right in saying that is the plan that you have when you're a short stack, but it's very hard to execute. Right,
I
you're
know,
sitting
yeah.
there with 2 to 5 big blinds like for a long time.
I know.
There's a point where a lot of people break and they're like, you know what, just let's just get it in, and let's just get this over with. I'm sick of being here, being card dead, but you managed to stick it out to a 3rd place finish, which I thought was really impressive.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that very much. It's and it's nice that you can see on video what I don't have to complain to everybody about how bad my cards were.
They're gonna actually believe you now.
They're gonna believe me now instead of
Right.
You'd say, yeah, Dan, right. Yeah, right. But no, I was. But yeah, it was. Hey, it was easy to fold a lot of hands. But I know what you're saying. You have the plan to try and ladder up, and then you get a halfway decent hand, and you shoot for it, and you get hit. But I got lucky. I got lucky in a few, and I had the lucky chip. Don't forget the
You
lucky
did have
chip.
a lucky chip.
The lucky
You held
chip
that up a lot.
is so powerful that I think my fingers are singed from holding it. But it's really better now.
Yeah. Well, congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Do you want to give any shout outs on the stream or anything?
On the stream to my sister Karen, who was watching the whole night, and my daughter Hannah, who was watching the whole night, and to I know some of Hannah's friends were watching, and I appreciate it. I was getting, and my friend Sheila, who I play cards with all the time, was watching. And so she was texting me the whole night. Of course, everything she was texting me was a half hour after it happened. But
This
so
person had these cards.
right. In fact, when I got knocked out, I didn't even text any of them because I wanted them to see the end of the show. Let them see the end of the show that I know they were watching. But and I had some friends who I play poker with all the time watching, and I got a lot of text from them, so it was nice. It was very nice.
Awesome.
You,
Well,
you
congrats.
definitely did everyone proud.
Thank
You
you.
represented your region.
Thank
so,
you very much.
yeah.
Thank you, guys.
Good
Congratulations
job.
again, Dan.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, excellent. So you know what? We're almost done here. We're still hanging out live. Stepping up to the plate right now with us is our really good friend Andy, the extraordinary producer of the season 26 $36,000 championship here at Fox.
I think next time we need to give you guys a webcam so we can get you guys some FaceTime. Not enough credit gets to go to you guys. Possibly Ryan Chu would wear something besides sweatpants too to a poker event.
Hey, don't forget the
that's,
flip flops.
Yeah,
I didn't even see that. Bonus points.
that's a stretch.
First
man.
and
I don't
foremost,
know.
I got to hand out 3 game balls to my Craig Bradford, Evan Myers, and Ryan Chua all day. Maybe 2 game balls to Ryan Chua doing the 12-hour duty right now.
Oh, I know how that is, and
he's-
thank you, buddy, for.
Yeah.
I'm
he's really
I'm
sticking
used
it
to
out.
long sessions, and
if you have not already, and if you really should check out Ryan's blog. He put a lot of work into it, and there's actually a lot of really good educational content you can get there to really help your poker game, and a lot of other things too. Not only is he just a really good poker mind, but also he's just really entertaining in the way he presents it. So if you do get a chance, shameless plug, check out Ryan's blog. It'll be a good stuff.
Yeah, again, it'll be live Friday.
Good stuff.
It'll be live by Friday. Dedicated to thegrind.com. If you guys check it out, I'm gonna have a lot of stuff up there,
Hashtag
so.
check fold Chua.
Yeah.
How about Brian? I mean, he played great, right? Like, oh my gosh.
Wow,
it was-
crazy solid poker.
Yeah.
I had him
whole way.
picked to win.
I had Slade, and this is on video. I had Slade winning before entering the day. Evan was on the interview with me yesterday here at the championships, rounded up day 1B. I had Slade winning it day, so I'll settle for a second place.
Yeah,
But
that was not bad.
Brian had the great combination. Yeah, he ran pretty good. Yeah, he got some good cards, but gosh, did he play really good. And that last hand is a great example of how well he played. Completely trapped his man. He had a feeling Slade might play a little aggressive like he kind of had, and sure enough, he fell right in the spider's web, and Brian's going to take it down and be our season 26 champ. How great is that? Awesome production. One of my absolute favorites I've ever done here. You guys have been awesome. We got a great interview with Brian. I'm going to put it up on YouTube within the week. Huge props again to you, Evan, Ryan, Craig, helping out all day with the commentary. Special props to my production team, Jeff, Nick, and also special props to Glenn and Gretel for organizing this whole thing. It really has been great. And last props to Foxwoods. I mean, the staff's awesome. The floor managers are fantastic. The servers are great. It's really awesome. Every time I come here, I never want to leave.
We had a blast all weekend.
Yep.
So what was it? Our 6th year here? Sixth season?
Sixth season.
Oh, that's
Sixth season.
amazing that it's and
Get
what?
out and vote.
Get out and
Excellent.
vote.
I don't
Well,
care who you voted for, just vote.
Guys, if you're listening, thank you so much for watching this stream. We really do appreciate it. A lot of time and effort really goes into it, and any feedback, good or bad, it really is appreciated, trust me, and we're just trying to make it bigger and better every year. We always try to add a little something else every single year, so hope you guys had a good time. Congrats, Brian, again, winning that 10K payout, as you can see on your screen right now.
awesome. Well, thanks, Andrew. I appreciate it. Thank you for having me back.
All right. There it is. Congratulations, Brian Elliott. Hope I
Rocco.
spelled your name right. Pretty sure I did.
There you go. So, all right. So we're gonna do a little quick recap here.
Very cool.
We'll wind it down. We'll get everything shut down for
Awesome,
you, and then
guys.
you can pack up.
Thank you so much.
All right.
If you're looking for more bar poker action, see us at the Bar Poker Open in Atlantic City this December, the first weekend of December. I'll be there with Ebony, the whole BPO crew, all the different leagues. Can't get enough bar poker action. Just talk to Ryan Chuya, the first ever Bar Poker Open champion. Good night, guys.
All right. See you,
Good
Andrew.
night.
Awesome. So,
Thanks for tuning in.
so you have a good day here, Ryan?
I did.
Oh, fantastic.
Absolutely.
Oh, that's awesome. Yeah, what a crazy day. Long shift doing this, but
I mean, it doesn't seem long when the players play like they did. There was a lot of entertainment value. I sit and watch poker for hours, and anyways, but to see and commentate it here, it was a lot of fun.
oh, fantastic. So, any final thoughts?
No, I from what I saw, I really think Brian deserved it. We got to see him at the feature table for pretty much the whole day, and I really liked a lot of his decision making, and I really kind of understood why he was doing certain things. I my hat's off to him.
Bet sizing too. We mentioned it early on. We mentioned it early on. His bet sizing was right on too.
Right?
Yeah. I mean, he was consistent. He was like 2xing it at one point, like with all of his hands. Not just his premium or his speculative hands. So, yeah.
All right, this is Craig signing off. I got a way more important guy coming in.
All right,
Gentlemen,
thanks, Craig.
thank you. We'll see you soon.
You
All right.
want to stun on the stream a little bit, Brian?
You know what?
You don't want to talk a little bit. You just want. You're the man of the hour.
All right, so you know what? Stepping up to the plate right now is our buddy Brian. Congratulations, Brian.
Thank you
Season
very much.
26.
Appreciate it.
So what'd you think? What was your experience like here?
Yeah, it was amazing. It was absolutely insane. I don't want to sound like a jerk or anything, but when I sat down at the final table, I knew I was gonna win.
That's the attitude
I don't,
you gotta
I
have.
don't know why.
I did too, and I said
I don't
it
know
on
why.
stream.
I don't know how. I was like, I'm gonna win, and I knew I was second in chips, and Slade had a ton, and he's really good. I think I played with him on day one a tiny bit.
You know what I really love that.
But
that
I just
you
knew.
did?
I was
Yeah.
like, I don't know how I'm gonna get the chips from him, but I'm gonna.
Yeah.
And you did.
I really love the fact that you established early on that you were not afraid to play against the chip leader Slade at
Never.
the time. You weren't afraid to play against him, whereas a lot of people in your position where you were second in chips would kind of try to avoid the one guy at the table that could knock you out.
I was actually trying to, but there was one hand with ace-6 that I have no idea. I had no business in the hand, but he had been raising quite a bit, and I was like, I can't let him keep raising, and so I raised him on that one, and then the flop came no spades, nothing, and he bet out, and I was like, all right, I'll give it up, but at least I showed that I'm not just gonna fold everything. But I did fold a lot to him because he did have the chips, and the heads up. I mean, that first hand I had 6-7 suited, and I don't know what he had, but he shoved, and I was like, man, it's just such a smashable hand. I was like, but there's probably going to be a better one, and I've got such a big chip lead. I was like, I'll wait.
I 100%.
I had him counted out.
Right?
What did he have?
I think he had 10 high.
Yeah. Well,
Like
it
10,
was
10-7 actually,
Yeah.
I think was specifically.
But after he did that, and I had folded to him a bunch, so I was like, man, he thinks I'm just gonna fold every time he raises or shoves. And so when I saw the queens, I was like, holy what do I do with this? I'm like, all right, I gotta think about it because I know he's gonna shove. I limped. He checked, and I was like, okay. The ace flopped, and I don't remember. Did I check to him? Did I check to him?
So you were on the button, right? So
he let out.
You had flat called, and he checks pre-flop, and on the flop that came ace high, it was like ace 8 deuce rainbow.
Yeah.
He had
shoved.
He let out and just shoved all in.
That's right.
On you.
He let out, and I'm thinking, I can never fold queens here. I mean, I don't want to see an ace or a king out there, but I'm never folding. And I figure if he had an ace, he would have shoved pre-flop.
Right.
And I'm like, so he doesn't have an ace, and if he does, good on him. I'm calling. I don't care.
And you know what? That's actually exactly what I said on stream. If he had an ace, then he's shoving it pre-flop.
How do you
anyway.
fold any pair heads up?
Yeah.
And you get a 3-1 chip
It's-
lead.
Yeah,
I'm not going to fold any pair.
I think your analysis is spot on, and I could see that throughout the day because you were on the feature table most of the day.
Really? I thought I played horrible.
I could see
especially
that
early. I did play horrible early.
I mean, there
Very
were like a
questionable
few
plays.
spots. You got an early chip lead, and there was a spot where you kind of
Did I get an early chip lead?
decided to gamble, but after that you calmed down and kind of realized,
'Cause I was
okay,
down.
I kind of messed up here. A lot of players,
Yeah.
they start punting off chips, but you got it in bad once and kind of said, okay, let me.
I got
chill
down to
out.
like 50 or 60, and I was like, all right, I got to relax. I've got to play better hands. I can't sit here and try and bluff all the time. And I knew the 30 minutes there were people getting information, and I was like, I've bluffed a couple times. I've been caught a couple times. I've got to change. I got to wait for good hands. And then the dude to my right is really the guy who gave me the chips because he called not one. He kept raising.
You're North Shore, right?
Lowell. The guy to my right
Okay,
kept raising me. And I was every time I'd bet, and I was like,
He's a legend. I know his.
I don't
his
know him. I've
nickname's
never played with
Uncle.
him before.
His nickname's Uncle, and
It was pissing me off, and he was getting mad at me because I was clicking my chips, and he's like, "I'll give you 1,000 chips to stop," and I was like, "I'm not gonna stop, dude. It's just what I do." And he's mad, and he went and talked to the floor manager, and I was like, "Man, I'm not doing anything wrong here. I'm sorry it bothers you, but I'm not gonna stop doing it. I'm not doing it to be a jerk. I'm just doing it because it's nervous energy." But he shipped me. He called my all-in shove. He raised me twice after I bet out, and I insta-shoved on him. And both times he called, and both times I had him already. And then the last one, and I knocked him out as well. So that he's the one who, and he had bluffed a couple of other people, and that's the thing is they were talking in between breaks that he had bluffed them, and I was like, all right, so he's bluffing a lot, and he had a bunch of chips, and he basically gave them all to me, and that's where I really was able to kind of like, all right, I'm not down anymore. You know, there was like I don't know how many people left, 25 or something. I've got a nice chip stack. I'm like, I can work from now. I can work from here.
It's funny because, I mean, like, going back to that, a guy like that, you know, I don't like to jump to conclusions, but when you see a guy like that at the table, do you expect him to be that aggressive?
I don't know, man. I've never played with really anybody up there.
I mean, he's just
I
super
played with
aggressive.
Dan, who's at the final table. I played with him in a tournament on Friday when I get here, just downstairs, and I played with him again day one. I think I played with him day two, so I knew him a little bit. I knew he was good, but otherwise, I don't really play with anyone else up there, which is nice because they didn't play with me either. They didn't know how wild I am or how many bluffs I try to pull off. I pulled off some bluffs, right?
Yeah,
I had some nice bluffs.
I liked it.
I had a Jack 3 on Slade that he
Yeah.
folded. Or no, maybe he got me on that one. I can't remember, but
No,
it's all starting to blur. Usually I can remember them all, but it's starting to blur together now.
So I mean, like, hats off to you, man. You definitely deserve it. I mean, see, you're holding the victory pizza too, and you got you got the trophy.
My delicious gluten-free pizza.
That's what it's about, man.
Hate it, but
so congrats again to you, man.
So Brian Elliott from the North Shore.
Lowell.
Lowell. Okay.
Not North Shore,
Oh,
Lowell.
okay. We had it on the stat.
Yeah,
That's
Lowell.
From Lowell, that's the difference. So we did, in fact, Ryan, have somebody when we were talking about it representing all different regions. So that was pretty cool. So awesome.
And even Dan even said something like when there was 4 people left. He's like, "Oh, the last 4 people here are all from different regions." And I was like, "Oh, that's pretty cool."
That's very cool. So congratulations
Thank
again,
you.
buddy. We'll look forward to seeing you on the table soon. And we're gonna do a little
so does
wrap
this give me like a win for automatically?
It
for
does,
season
believe it or
27,
not.
So
That's
I'm
your
just gonna
first.
have to come back and defend.
Yeah, it's your first win of the season.
Nice.
Nice.
All right, I'll take it.
All right, rock on, buddy. Well, congratulations again.
Congrats, dude.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right. So, Ryan, we're wrapping it up here ourselves. It's Eastern Poker Tour Season 26, $36,000 Championship live from Foxwoods Resorts in Casino. You know, a lot of great people I want to thank. We want to thank Chris Sevick, the great blogger who I was hanging out with all weekend, doing some real fun blogs. I want to thank Glenn and Gretel and Nick and Andy and I don't know who, Craig, and everybody for having me back. I think this is my 6th season here, so it's been a blast, absolute blast having the opportunity to do this with you as well, Ryan. I hope we get to do it again. I think we teamed up pretty well tonight.
Yeah, I mean it was a lot of fun. I'm glad you guys asked me to do this, and I look forward to doing this more. I like providing insight, and hopefully some of it makes sense.
Oh, absolutely. All right, so, on that note, you had your final thought. Thanks, Chris. I want to leave you with this thought. We got Veterans Day coming up, and just in a few days we have Veterans Day, and we have a lot of veterans who play in Eastern Poker Tour, and you and I get to sit here and basically do whatever we want to do whenever we want to do it, and poker obviously is it. If we didn't have guys like that, our first responders, our veterans, defending our liberties, protecting us, we wouldn't have that opportunity to do what we do. And that's just pretty much have fun all the time. So I always, every Veterans Day, I thank the veterans for everything they do, because without you guys, we wouldn't be able to do what we do. So I wanted to leave you on that note, and we're going to wrap it up here. They're doing the interview right now on Eastern Poker Tour there, so we're going to take another minute and watch Brian in his final interview, but we're going to wrap it up here. And again, thank everybody from Foxwoods. Thank you again, Ryan.
Yeah, great to be here.
And we'll call that a wrap, so have a good night, guys. Take care.
Bye-bye.